Okay, welcome everyone. I'm just going to start the meeting because I know we don't have a lot of time and there's a lot to talk about with our joint meeting with our Cultural Commission. We're so excited to have you here today. We'd like to welcome all of you. If we could start by going around the room and introducing ourselves for those of us who don't know each other, but I think we know most everyone here. But I'm Lisa Gilmore, Mayor.
Debbie Davis.
And everyone has to speak in their microphone and press the thing when it turns green.
Debbie Davis.
Thank you. Then it's on. Thank you.
Microphone.
Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant
They didn't
City
listen.
Manager.
Do you see that?
Brian Doyle, City Attorney.
Candida Diaz.
Jonathan Marinero.
Luis Amara.
Deborah Von Hewen.
Neha Mathur.
Kim Castro, Parks and Recreation.
Raj Chahal.
Karen Hardy, and I didn't recognize Jonathan without the turban.
Kathy Watanabe.
So thank you. And this is one of our favorite commissions. You bring the fun and excitement to the city of Santa Clara. Thank you for everything you do. So why don't I turn it over to Louis, the chair, to kick this off for us.
Thank you very much. It's been an exciting year, and we're going to give you some perspective over the last year and a half, I guess, since we missed our last meeting.
A year and a half.
To my left, my co-chair, and to my right, the previous chair of the Cultural Commission. I believe Harper is going to be joining us later on if she makes it out of the airport on time. Anyway, so I just wanted to kick things off. We're going to tag team since we have a couple of things. I just don't want to hear my monotonic voice for too long. So I get to talk about some of the fun stuff, the multicultural events and music events. So let me see where we are. All right, so for the last couple of years, we have been increasing the attendance and all our events. And I think we rationalize some of the events. We're moving the summer concert series to all Fridays, which will be a great addition and is going to help us coordinate things better. We explore having Fridays and Sundays, and it was year over year the attendance on Sundays was considerably less on our investment. So I think we're trying it out, but I think it's a step in the right direction. So in terms of the events that we have done, we are just kicking off the Friday Night Live events. So we're actually have a little flyer coming that we're going to distribute it on.
Yep, they should all have one.
So I think I mentioned it. So we're going to have Broccoli Ande coming back, and also we have a Brazilian jazz for just month. Anyway, for fiscal year 19, in our October series, we had a event that went up in attendance. It was the group of folkloric and the mariachis. It was a great event. It actually filled the community center, and I remember the first time that we did that. We had it in a Portuguese hall, and it was decent, but it was definitely had a room for growth. So October, November, Dia de los Muertos is something that we're going to continue to invest and explore the opportunities and see how big we can make that event. In terms of other things that we're trying on, is we're going to continue to explore venues with Tapia, which is a Afro-American performance, right? And they have different types of events that they put on. So this year we couldn't line it up on time, but for next year we'll see what we bring on. So we're looking for new developments on there. So the Friday Night Live is kind of an outreach type of a event, and so we pick a specific demographics, and we try to bring them on and switch them out to the city and see how else we can do. So a lot of exciting things are happening for Friday Night Live. Concerts in the Park. Last year we had the first concert in the park in the north side for quite some time, right? And that was a great event. Actually, it was very well attended, and it took a lot of research from Parks and Recs. So thank you very much for that. That was we kept exploring the opportunities and trying to mitigate all the coordinations that we want. I know we even put a dance floor, which ended up being very small, but the thought was there. And probably going forward, we don't need the dance floor. But we're exploring what else to bring to the north side that we can explore that. So that was a good step in the right direction, definitely. And we have lined up the bands for the summer concert series, and it's been working well. Before we used to go out and try to type a specific bands, but now with the service we have on GFI, we kind of give them the parameters of what we want, the genres we want to hit, and they, give us, a couple of choices. And, so far it's been working. I don't have any complaints. The first year was a lot of catch up, but, we're engaged, and that seems to be working fine. So we're gonna kick off at the north side again with the Hitmen, right? So, and then we're gonna double back to Latin Heat back in the pavilion, and we're gonna progress through that. Kind of early to be talking about the Franklin Square street dance, but that is definitely in our radar. And last year we switched the way the layout, and that turned out to be a pretty good layout. That gave us lots and lots of room. Yes, there is room for improvement. We're gonna have some lights where the vendors are and things of that nature. But those are good challenges to overcome, right? So we're looking forward to working through that. And again, we're gonna be busy through the summer with the different bands. All right, so in terms of, we would like to participate more with the tree lighting ceremony and, trying to get engaged. And you want to say anything on the tree lighting ceremony?
Sorry, Louis,
Yeah.
the tree lighting ceremony.
The tree light,
Yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
Anything? No? All right. Okay.
We thought it was really successful, actually, to have the tree lighting. Majority of the activities moved inside. Somehow it seemed a lot less like a madhouse. And I think it was more focused for the Cultural Commission. We were able to put up the mural in that room and, just feed a lot of people in the circulation of the people going in and out of the building. So whatever the weather may be like for next year, I think it would be a good idea to continue that.
I'm going to ask Kim, was there less people because of the weather at the tree lighting ceremony? So it may have worked for a smaller group, but when you have a larger group, we'd want to make sure that they would go through the recreation center as opposed to staying outside.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay.
So I honestly thought that the layout for the weather was actually great, and that was a lot of work in a very short time to be able to carry that out.
Yeah, we definitely debriefed after tree lighting last year and like the indoor-outdoor option. So depending on how programming comes together for next year, we may explore some indoor, some outdoor. The Santa and activities, craft activities and things like that seem to work well inside. And then definitely want to continue the party outside next year if the weather cooperates with us.
So I'm going to turn it over to Deborah now.
Okay, you can keep that. I just have this one slide. So last spring, we had Recyclone at Santa Clara University. I talked about that a lot in special orders of business when I was presenting to the City Council. So that was displayed from April 15th to June 16th last year, and it was a joint effort between SCU Presents and the Cultural Commission. However, the Cultural Commission did not directly fund the placement of the piece. So there was an issue with us being able to publicize the activities on any city or cultural commission web pages or Facebook page. So we want to understand why that is. We're working with Kim to see if we can get make some progress on that, because we kind of hit the same issue with the Triton Museum's Midsummer Cultural Event, where we thought we could offer them some publicity and marketing for it, and then we were not able to. So that was one thing that didn't go right, but things that did go right about Recyclone was that the Students for Social Justice at the university really embraced it, and they had an eco-fashion show, and it was really a big turnout of students who enjoyed interacting with that piece. And then what the Cultural Commission did sponsor was a field trip for the students from New Valley High School to go to the piece and meet the artist and have kind of a craft day to talk about art. And then at the Arbor Day event, we had a mural making event that was really fun for the younger kids, and made that mural out of the tops of plastic water bottles. So it was kind of educational, and it was something that sparked a conversation about sustainability and the use of single-use plastics. So a great example of how art can be more than just a physical thing.
So can I ask Deborah on that? So the fact that we didn't, the city didn't put any money into the event, or in this case, the Burning Man art, that we are not able to advertise
That's what we were
about it?
advised.
But
so-
although your commission was involved in it, but the fact that there wasn't any financial, I don't get that. So maybe we can get some more information on what does that mean? Because
Right.
it's nice if the Cultural Commission is involved, but we're not putting finances in. But because of your sheer involvement, we should be able to. Do you see what I'm saying, City Manager?
Yeah.
Okay. We should be able to, talk about it and
Out of
advertise
our
it.
Economic Development Marketing Committee, there has already, the conversation has already been had around expanding communications around special events, activities, as well as posting activities on the website, and so we need to come back with that
Right, because
information.
if, I know, Deborah, you've attended our marketing meetings where we have now community partners that we're putting on our website, so I guess that'll be the way we do it with our community partners, as long as, but it seems like if the Cultural Commission's involved somehow, we should be able to advertise that.
Right, and next time, somebody comes to the Cultural Commission and says, we would like the Cultural Commission to help, help us spread the word, or to just, by the weight of the Cultural Commission being behind an event, it gives it a little bit more maybe credibility or something. So if that's a question, then, I think we need to understand what the guidelines are.
Yeah, I think we do too, because that was, partnership with the university, and then with the Triton Museum, and those are all our community partners that we want to encourage that, so.
Right.
Well, and I don't think it would be outside the kind of idea of the Cultural Commission, because it is just an advisory role. So we would just be advising that, hey, marketing-wise, we think that these pieces are interesting. So I don't think that'd be overstepping in any way compared, legally for the city manager.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can work on the building in the role of the commission's activity, right? Obviously, if it's a council-created commission where there's dialogue like this, the city is involved, and so we should look for allowances that allow for us to capture these and leverage these opportunities.
Agreed. Thank you for bringing that up.
And the other main thing that the arts arm of the Cultural Commission did this year was to revive the utility box painting program. And thank you to City Attorney Doyle for helping us get that contract reviewed and put into place. We did find, though, that there was a risk assessment requirement for insurance for the grantees for the utility box that, as it turned out, was a greater amount than what we granted to the artists to paint the utility box. So we need to examine that and understand how we can either increase the budget for the utility box program or review the risk assessment decision.
Could you,
Yeah.
at your commission, make a recommendation to us, to the council, about how we do that? Because if we, we want them to do this for us, but yet they're not, we make it difficult. Let's figure out how we can do that, whether it's increasing the budget for that, to cover that, because they do fabulous. Whoever's doing all these is tremendous.
I know, I was so happy
Yeah.
to see these two examples. One of them, we had a fifth grader who did that first one with the doves and the earth. And then
beautiful.
this pixelated Frida Kahlo is just fantastic.
That's
Both of them are
amazing.
on Lafayette by the
Right.
university. And we have some more in the queue. We actually, every application that came in, the commission reviewed and determined how to match that with the appropriate placement that we got from SVP. So we have more that we would like to get done, and I'm sure there's many, many more in the city that, that we could add art to, but we just want to keep that program going.
The community's acting, they're responding very positively to this art. Councilmember Davis?
So, Brian, when did this insurance thing come up? We had already done these boxes when I was a cultural commissioner, so when did that change?
I have no idea. I mean, the first I heard of it was when Luis told me about it just a couple days ago. So the city attorney's office is not in charge of what insurance requirements are. That would be the risk manager.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't know even where the direction came from. I'm not sure I'm not sure that the directive came even directly from the risk manager. I don't know. Did it come
Get
from
to the
Greg?
bottom of it, yes. We'll
Okay, I
get to
think,
the bottom of
well,
it.
we'll
We
take a
need our
look with
art.
Greg about what the appropriate level of insurance is and what are the other possibilities.
Okay, so I just heard from the city manager, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. So you guys can get that back going because San Jose has some like this, and when we started this, they were going up and then all of a sudden it went dead. So, okay, just wondering. Okay, thank you.
And I'll add one more thing, that for the last 2 years, I've gone to the Americans for the Arts Conference. Last year, Loretta and I went, and then this year, Candy and I are going to be attending in Washington, D.C. And it's just a great opportunity to learn what other cities are doing in arts and culture, as well as the American for the Arts, which is a close partnership with the National Endowment for the Arts, and how that funding, trickles down to the California Arts Council and the County of Santa Clara. I think we have lots of opportunities to understand funding models there and how we can better take advantage of our, best practices that are in other communities in terms of their art programs.
Great, great. We added arts to our goals. One of our goals, the
Yes.
arts, is in
And
there.
thank you. I was very
Officially-
happy to see that.
Officially now.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
for our emphasis on the arts.
Yes, I really appreciate that, and I look forward to being part of that journey.
Great.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. I'd have to turn the page.
I was wondering.
Yeah, so we do have the Call for Artists open right now for the 2020 sculpture exhibition. It actually closes on Friday. 2 years ago, when we did this, a lot of the entries came in at the last minute, which I'm seeing that same pattern. So we'd like to have some judging in a judging event in March, where I sent something to see who wanted to volunteer, and so we can coordinate your calendar with Preston has agreed. Yeah, and then we'll have somebody from the library, and then 1 or 2 commissioners as well, and we'll install pieces in all 3 of the libraries this time, as well as we're looking at possibly the senior center and City Hall, and then have them installed for a longer period of time. 2 years ago, it was just April through June, and we're looking at April through September now.
I kind of miss the toaster. We had a toaster in the
Oh, yeah,
lobby.
that was it, the
Yeah.
bird,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I missed
like
that one. There's some really interesting pieces.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll have some great things to share with you in City Hall again.
Yay.
We had, this is a long time ago, sculpture exhibition was here, and we had the Blind Institute bring their kids here to touch and it was awesome to watch that. So if you can get the tours back with the people in the area to come in to the different locations, because once you have that, they are really fascinated by it.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how they got here. It was like a partnership, but they came in during at different times, and it was really good to see the kids. They were funny. I mean, they would just make you laugh, but it was like, don't touch. But it was a lot of fun. But I'm glad you're doing all three
Yes.
libraries, because covers the whole city now, instead of everybody having to come here. I think that was part of the reason they did it, was to get people here. But I think we already have people at the library, so I think it's going to be more advantageous for people to see what we've got.
And we want to have it in places where people are already going regularly,
Yeah.
but also to kind of activate the place so there's something new about it and people can tell their friends, go to the North Side Library. There was this really great thing I saw there.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm waiting for these. What's going on here? All right.
Well, hello.
Hello.
So one of the things that we've been focusing on over the past year is actually extending our reach outside of this amazing civic center that we have here with the pavilion in Central Park, having the actual proper civic center and being able to activate that by reaching out onto the north side with the, events that we have up there, as well as trying to reach the community as much as possible. With the commemorative months, of course, you've seen me twice this year, or actually you saw me twice last year, I was going to say, for Halloween and Christmas. I'm looking forward to possibly judging. So, Debbie, I see that you're interested in possibly doing the sculpture competition. But yeah, looking forward to that. I mean, we've had some amazing presentations from all of our citizens on both the Halloween and the Christmas exhibitions. But what we're looking forward to do is actually extend that out and kind of bring more of that culture out to our citizens themselves. Right now, we're actually working with a couple graphic artists to develop coloring pages that actually highlight famous figures throughout all of the months that you see up there. And we've specifically chose ones that do affect Santa Clara, looking into things like the South Asian Pacific Heritage Month, as well as things like Sikh appreciation and awareness, added on to, of course, going into National Hispanic Heritage, LGBTQ, Black History Month, and so on. So we want to really reach out to everybody who's in our community and, do what we do best, which is bring them together. So with that, having that out, and you can see we have the crayons on out, which try to be as inclusive as you can with 8 colors. But, doing this and having those out with the coloring books that'll be given out at Friday Night Lives, our concerts, anywhere where we'll have a presence. That way kids can kind of learn more about, what's going on in the city. Outside of that, we actually have a commemorative subcommittee that I'm chair on for, going through and reflecting the appropriate month. We have allocated funds to a graphic artist for development of this activity. We did want to talk with you more about the fact that we know that the city website's now static and we aren't able to add banners to that. We're just hoping that there's going to be some more outlets for, commemorative months going forward and being able to work with, the city branding and logos for being able to, work that in, work with that. Because it's definitely been something that's brought people to our page and to the city pages in the past. So I hope that there's not going to be any barriers to that, but we'll work with you guys on that. We held the Halloween house decorating contest in October. The participation was very low, though. We've tried this year with the video and photo entries and realized that with the amount of people that had everything up before our deadline really cut things off. I was going around myself to look at the different entries and pulled up to 2 or 3 houses that would have been front runners, and even met one of the homeowners, and they said just did not have it up in time. So I think maybe rejiggering that into a way that we can allow for kind of last-minute entries, or maybe even just offering it to them on a later date for the Halloween, just because of how late people do that, might work a bit better. For the holiday house decoration, we also had low participation, but we blamed that not just on kind of the submission process, but also the weather made it really hard for people to get up on their roofs and get things out this year. Once again, I think we need to just kind of reestablish that there may be a better way of doing the home decoration that doesn't do it quite at the very last minute, but we also want to go and work with you guys directly to have you guys do a little bit more judging yourselves, since I know you guys like to go out and look at the decorations yourselves. So any input you guys have, let us know.
Like I told you at the last meeting, districts.
I know.
I think it's easy for us because we know our district, and then we can drive, I mean, there were houses that didn't participate, and I went down and I said, hey, why aren't you in this contest? And they're like, we didn't know about it. And there are those houses, and they just exist, and it's real easy for me to go knock on the door and say, hi, why don't you enter? But I think if we do a judging that way, you know, one of you, one of us, or however you want to do it, but do district by district, I think you're going to get more participation, and you're going to get more, I'm looking at, for economic development, like a community pride thing, almost district. I don't want to pit everybody against everybody, but sometimes that creates a lot of spirit, so,
Friendly rivalry.
yeah, right? It's, yeah, competitive.
I do have a suggestion, like, can we accept nominations from the neighbors? Like, people can nominate, like, sometimes people doesn't even know there's a contest. So if we spread that, anybody can nominate any house, their good-looking house, wherever in the city. So that can be one option to attract more entries, basically. Instead of pure entries, let's seek some nominations, and that can be good.
Well, that's a great idea.
Bill Karen?
I was also surprised that we didn't have any businesses. And I wonder that there was no even nominations or no prize for that. And I was a little bit surprised. And I'm wondering if we just didn't do a good job of letting some of the businesses know that this was out there, because that's free advertising.
Yeah, the program didn't
local
include
businesses.
this time around.
Well-
In the past, we had.
If we could also, you know, if someone could nominate a business or something, I think that would help. If you can do it online or on.
We also, I know Deborah was at our goal-setting session. We have new communications people as well that are helping us, and we are starting the, which was started by Councilmember O'Neill, the Love Santa Clara program. So we should make this part of our Love Santa Clara program and use our professional people to help us outreach in different ways. There's some fresh eyes that are going to look at how we outreach in the community to make sure that we're reaching everyone that we want to reach, because I think that as most of us have, you know, we would see a house like, oh, this is great, and they said, we didn't know about it. Okay, so now that's a clue to us. They didn't know about it, so what creative ways can we use to outreach? So I think we'll be talking about that in our marketing committee, and we're going to be talking to our communications people. But I think taking that, and when you think about your programs and your projects about our Love Santa Clara program, that would be a great, you know, thing to include in that in our overall strategy for communicating with our residents and getting them involved and making it really fun. The competitions of the districts would be fun too, and other things, but really reaching them, because I think if we did that, they would participate if they knew about it. So we have to do a better job of getting outreaching to everyone. So because I think it's a fun and great program that you sponsor.
Fantastic. We'll have to reach out to them. Well, I think with that, back to you, Liz.
All right, thank you.
Kathy, do you have something?
No, that's okay.
All right, so let me get back to where we were a couple of years ago and where we are now. We were transitioned from the city manager's office to Parks and Recs, and you know we saw that as a good step because you know there were a lot of synergies that we could share, and you know we actually did get a lot of benefits from that. You know, one was the communication channel. We were able to blast information out, and you know, you can see the correlation or our attendance to all our different events, right? Similarly, certain things got moved from our budget, so we were not as engaged with some of the groups that we had previous relationships. You know, for example, the sister city. You know, we could do a lot more, but we were, you know, transitioning, and so we wanted to make sure that we got the concert series on track, that we had the FNL on track, and you know, all of a sudden, you know, Parks and Rec got 13 new events that they didn't have to coordinate efforts for. So all those, they take their toll, and some things we were not as engaged as we probably were in previous years, but we're trying to re-engage them. We have the sisters, the Friendship City of Incheon, right, at the moment with the MOU. We want to put a special program in place with them so we can work towards getting more visibility and more programming to them. So we're working something for that, and we want to re-engage. I know Sister City has had their challenges too, but we're going to start attending their meetings. So we're going to work closer to them. That puts a strain of what else we're working on. So it's going to take some coordination from our commission to be able to carry that through. Yes. Also, the Triton Museum, right? So it's a partnership. We would like to be more involved with them. We attended their. How can I say this? We try to be as close as we possibly can, but they also have to do what the Triton Museum has to do to bring increase their attendance, and we want to be able to help them when they ask for help, and we want to be able. So I understand that we're going to get clarity on how we can cross market our different events, and we know that's coming. We know we're going to sort that out. In terms of the review or risk assessment, thank you very much. I will leave it with you guys to get to the bottom of that. That's exactly what we wanted to hear, how we can progress the utility boxes and not have such a burden on the artist. But we understand that we have to progress that, and we would like to continue being in front of you guys. Right now, I think we're on a quarterly basis or every 4 months. Sometimes they line up. So we're going to request that sometimes that when we're about to launch a program or something, we'd like to get in front of you guys to, give you guys plenty of information, timely information, so we can disseminate it and get the citizens of Santa Clara, enough time so they can plan their activities, because I know some of them are very good planners, and they would like to know where our activities are. They don't want to be shocked on the last minute saying, we didn't go because we didn't know. And some things, we are changing some of the dates. We're not going to have the Sunday. We're going to focus on Fridays or the concert series. So those things will have to. And something that is being kicked around, but we haven't had a definition, and that's something that we ask. It's the master plan for the Cultural Commission. We talked about it a couple of times, but we don't have clear. We would like to see when you guys would like us, will we implement that? And because with that, we'll be able to go out and go after monies from different entities. But before that, we're doing what we can right now, right? So it's just something that we would like some definition from you guys, something that we asked for. And, with that, we continue to work with Parks and Recs. They continue to be our backbone. They're great. They're everything that we ask, in a timely manner, with good enough destination. They act on it, so it's working out. So we appreciate that reorganization and the allocation of resources. We have a budget. We haven't been. We have not exceeded that so far, right? So we're still good. We have some activities that we'd like to undertake, and depending on where we stand and how insurance kicks in, we may have to come back and ask you for some monies. But at the moment, we don't expect any new shocks to you guys in terms of budget issues. We're going to have our grantees be notified soon enough, and we would like to. We're going to submit something for the council to approve. Is that the plan? Or yeah, okay. So
the commission will already provided their grants for fiscal year 1920 to 4 different organizations. And then we'll get ready, actually this week, we'll release the 2021 grant applications for the cultural groups that are local that support cultural activities in the arts. Commission will go through a review process and then bring those before the council for final approval. But it is within their scope of their budget already.
So it's something I like to thank everybody is there. We stepped up our presence online, and the videos that the Parks and Recs put together, first of all, they're done with high quality, and it does attract people. Video does attract. Some a smaller video will attract more, but we have lots of. That's actually a good picture.
Oh, yeah, that's all of us.
There you go.
All right, so with that, is there any comments from the commissioners? No?
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Arts Master Plan. I think I've mentioned this before. Actually, Jonathan and Harbir and I spent a lot of time last January drafting up something that we thought might be a good master plan. And then we were advised that it was probably something that we should hire a consultant to actually develop. So that's one thing that we might want to ask for some additional funding for, because without having a concrete master plan, it's very difficult to go to the NEA or California for the Arts or ask for any kind of grants when we can't specifically say what we're going to be using it for. We might have ideas, but if it's not something that's been unanimously approved by both the commission and the city council, it might not be something that carries the weight of an actual 5-year plan. So that's one thing that I personally think that we need to move forward, and just need to understand what would be the right way to take the next step.
Okay, I know it's getting late, but I have some comments. First of all, thank you very much for all the presentations. They're really good, and thank you for coming on a regular basis to the city council to let both us and the public know exactly what you're doing, and we really appreciate that. Your events are very popular. I like having food at the events, food trucks, food, and other things, because that's all part of the experience for our residents when they have that available with the music and everything else. It just makes it so much fun. At our goal-setting session, we talked about now, originally we had merged the International Exchange Commission with your commission. We're talking about taking them back again and separating them for the main reason that you're so busy with arts and culture, and the International Exchange Sister City, that whole part of it is a lot of work, and it's growing, and we really need a lot of attention to that we can't expect you to take on arts, culture, and international exchanges all together in your part-time volunteer job. So, which will leave opportunities for other residents to be part of as well, and you can work with that commission. It hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen sometime, we hope, this year. So it's part of our, that we said we wanted to get done. So, but in the meantime, we have Icheon, South Korea, as our friendship city. They invited us to go over in April. I don't believe we're going for many reasons at this time, but one of the things they did ask for, they wanted us to bring a local artist over with us. So when we do go, they have their festivals in October and April. They have a big pottery festival and other things, but they want us to bring an artist with us. That was their request. That was their request this time. So keep that in mind in terms of the art exchange. But they do want us to bring as part of our delegation and a local artist. So we will go over there at some point because that's part of our exchanges, but there is that. Also, I wanted to let you know in our governance committee that's chaired by Councilmember O'Neill, where I'm going to bring this up at every Commission dinner. We are now looking at changing some of our policies here in the city in terms of commission roles, responsibilities, attendance, all kinds of things we're going to start looking at. So we're in the process of really revamping and updating the rules and policies for our commission, so you should be aware of that. Let's see, each one sister cities, hold on, sorry. Okay, so in terms of the arts master plan, I think we need to move ahead. I do think we need a professional consultant to help on that. So I'm wondering, city manager, if we could either do a study session to get public input on an arts master plan, or however we do that, but we do something. I know we put it on our priority setting for this year, adding arts. How do we get to the next step? You know, what's the best way for us to get to that next step? Because we've asked you to come back, but we can't ask, you know, without some, you need some guidance and help for an arts master plan.
I was going to say a little background to that. We do have a tentative plan that we can forward to you guys, as well as we looked into and we found that we are one of the few and definitely the only of our size that doesn't have an arts master plan as it is in this state. So it's something that definitely in a kind of a chicken and egg scenario, we can't get a grant to get a arts master plan. This is something that we definitely need to ask you guys for money for, so that we can then go through and get it done, so we can then apply to grants.
So that's why I'm asking our city manager, how do we get to that level so we can, you know, then maybe get grants or other things to advance this? Because we have opportunities with City Place and other things to other places. We don't want to lose those opportunities.
So if the council during the budget study sessions wants to direct that we include a line item for a master plan, that's your opportunity, and that we would come back and reflect that. Council would act on it in the end of June timeframe. I do, though, want to have then staff come back as we look at this, and of course, after the budget has been approved, on the work plan, the community engagement workload, because I'm looking at to my right here, who actually started and worked on this in Sunnyvale, and it does
Oh, it should be easy then, right?
well, it does take a considerable amount of workload and an assignment of resources. And so that conversation would need to be had, and we can model the work that was performed with both the public sector and private sector within the city, so that we can have a robust discussion, and it reflects the input of a broad range of artist goals.
So we're not reinventing the wheel, and if we could get a consultant on board to do the major lifting for us as well.
And seeing what has been completed to date, I think would be very helpful, and looking at putting it forward in the budget, and then really planning out the work plan and working with the Cultural Commission on rolling that out.
Okay, so let's plan on that for the upcoming, but so it would be a council direction to staff?
Part of the budget process, we would remind the council that this came up.
That this came up at are we okay with that? Okay.
And then you act on it formally.
Okay, that sounds great. And yeah, upcoming budget to make sure. Take a good look at your budget and what you propose to us for this year, because I know things have changed in your commission over the years, and who you're recommending funding to and who you're not, and you know, how you want to look at making sure that we have funds available to do the things you want to do for our community, because it's a really important part of our community. All the events that you sponsor are very important. So how is that relating to the resources that are provided to you? And I think that's all I had. So if anybody else has anything?
If I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Again, thank you for making all these events happen throughout the year. Thank you, I appreciate that. I know it takes a lot of efforts from each one of you. Touching base on the Sister Cities Association, right? I know once we have International Exchange Commission, it will be good on its own. I was part of that commission very first time. But if we can, in a short period of time, like lot of cities, they have some plaques or some places where they highlight who their sister cities are in the different parts of the city. If you can start something small while we are waiting for International Exchange Commission to happen, that would be something good. Like even if you go to Ismo, they have one plaque depicting Santa Clara, this. And sometimes some cities have a simple pole and they have an arrow Ismo, so 3,000 miles, or Limerick, so many miles, and it shows our sister city. That can be very good to even send information to the resident, hey, we have these sister cities and other. And that's not a very big budget item, hopefully, but it gives a lot of good sense about these programs we run for students.
I like that, the old 500 miles to Albuquerque sign kind of thing.
Yeah,
I think we have a sign shop here too in the city. Pretty sure we do.
thank you.
All right, anybody else?
Yeah.
All right, Debbie.
So to add on that, Sister City International already has a program that you can, well, we can get it to you. But they already did the totem pole thing, and so, again, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And our youth commission at the time was working with the city and Public Works, to have a pole made here for them. And they were already, it's already been in the phase, so I have to get a hold of, or you get a hold of the youth commission. They already have a program somewhere in play for that. So it wasn't gonna be a huge amount of money, and they were gonna get a sponsor to do that. They were just looking for a location in the city to put it. That was their last goal, so to speak. So that is something that it adds to what we have on the wall already, so.
Okay, with that, anything else? Any final comments from the Cultural Commission? Thank you, thank you, thank you for all you do for our city. We really appreciate all your volunteer work, your time, your creativity, and we look forward to attending your events in the upcoming months, and we'll see you at the budget hearings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Shahal.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Before you go, I just wanted to say that wasn't the voice of God coming from the ceiling. It was Councilmember Teresa O'Neill. So if I'm looking up, that means I'm talking to her, okay?
Oh,
Councilmember
okay.
O'Neill,
All
thank
right.
you. Thank you for joining us.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, and thank you for staff for arranging it.
Yeah, she's in Washington DC on city business, so it's a little bit, we'll try not to be too late, Councilmember O'Neill.
10 after 9.
Thank you.
Thank you.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you so much. Next, we have reports and of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, are there any continuances or exceptions from the staff or the council at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to start with turning this over to our city manager, who has a couple of new staff introductions for us. City manager?
I'd like to call up Marco Mercado. Where's Marco? There you are. Or just if you would like to stand. Marco started yesterday, and he is our new Assistant Director for Human Resources. Marco spent his last year at Stanford University as the Employee and Labor Relations Director and was responsible for labor negotiations. Prior to that, Marco began his public sector career with the City of San Jose, and during his 10 years with the City of San Jose, he held positions of increasing responsibility in the City Manager's Office, Employee Relations, and held the role as Deputy Director, where he was responsible for serving as city's lead labor negotiator with several negotiations, policy development, handling complex personal investigations, coaching supervisors and managers, as well as dealing with issues of discipline, performance management, and training. He has a BA in psychology with a minor in history and a law degree from the University of San Francisco School of Law. So welcome, Marco. Thank you so
Welcome,
much.
Mark.
Thank you for the introduction. I look
Thank
forward to
you.
working with all of you.
Welcome to Santa Clara. We're happy to have you. Thank you, Mark. Okay. Do you have a second one?
The other two weren't here. I'm going to bring them back at another Tuesday, but I'll just mention them later on in the council meeting.
Okay,
Under
thank you.
executive and city manager report out.
Okay, all right. So we're moving on now to our special order of business. The first special order of business we have this evening is I'm pleased to recognize the Pacific Autism Center for Education, and those of you may know them as PACE. They have celebrated 30 years of service to the Santa Clara community, and they're right on Prune Ridge Avenue. I know you've seen their building. I was very fortunate to be invited to their 30th anniversary celebration, and I was so impressed with all the work that they do. I invited them to come to the city council, and tell us a little bit about themselves. But let me tell you a little bit about them. So PACE was founded in 1989 by Jerry Matranga with a mission to enhance the lives of people impacted by autism through innovation, exceptional education, and compassionate care. PACE started out with just 14 students and 2 group homes in 1989. Today, PACE services over 60 students in their preschool and K-12 school and 36 children and adults in their residential program. PACE is truly a cornerstone of the Santa Clara community, serving the needs of our citizens and families whose lives are touched by autism. So at this time, I'd like to invite PACE's Executive Director, Kurt Ulfs, to the podium to play a short video and say a few words on behalf of this amazing organization. Please come forward. Thank you for coming this evening and bringing your video as well.
Thank you very much. Do you want to watch that?
Okay, let's watch it first.
One of the earliest signs of a child at risk for autism is often lack of eye contact. But that doesn't mean that that child is not interested in you or doesn't care about you or isn't paying attention to you.
Well, I had a son with autism, and at the time there were very few programs. We were all getting together because we were interested in our kids' future.
It was a very small group, and it just, like concentric circles, it just kept building.
What I really appreciate about PACE is that we provide a range of services. So we have our preschool program, our school program, our FACES program, and our residential program. So through those programs, we're able to assist kids with autism 3-4 years old, through high school people in our school program, and then further into our residential program, we're helping adults with autism.
30 years ago, PACE was in its infancy, and today it has matured tremendously. It's doing all the right things.
I am so delighted that all the people that work for PACE do it because they want to. I did it because I had to, but here I meet people who care and are doing their very best for my son and others like him.
Wow. We need to clap.
Thank you very much. For a few short
Yes.
words, on behalf of PACE, I can't thank you enough, Mayor Gilmore and all the council for inviting us here. When we came into Santa Clara, we had been embraced with such great support from Santa Clara. One thing I have learned in working with students with autism for the past 15 years, half of the time of PACE, is nothing is possible without the community that surrounds the students that we serve. Nothing we do to teach them is possible if we didn't have a supportive community that was there to offer them vocational opportunities, to offer them a caring environment. We have a very diverse population of staff and students, and we couldn't have been more fortunate to have a welcoming partnership with the city of Santa Clara. I do want to add a small anecdote about when we were reformatting our mission to improve the lives of individuals. As you mentioned earlier, the cornerstone of that mission was founded off of the Jesuit ideals of conscience, competence, and compassion. I don't do that just because Father Brian is here, but I do pander to Santa Clara. No, it's that partnership we've also had with the university has also been a part of what's driven us and inspired us to do better in the community. And we're here for another 30 years as well because we've got a strong footing and a strong opportunity to be that blessed here in Santa Clara. Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
I'm glad Father O'Brien was here to hear that as well. So timing's everything. Yes, Councilmember Davis?
I wanted to, Karen, I wanted to thank you because you took care of our sister city, Ismo, came here. and they were curious about what you did with autistic children, and Karen arranged a walkthrough and tour, and they were so happy to see what you do. So I don't know how much they emulated back in ISMO, but they were very appreciative that you gave their time, that you could show them what we did here so that they could learn from us and we could learn from them.
And I also thank you for that opportunity, to have that opportunity with them.
But I want to thank you very much. And Karen, you're awesome. You are great.
So speaking of Karen, on behalf of the City Council, we want to present you with a proclamation to honor your notable and longstanding commitment to serving the Santa Clara and the Santa Clara community and the greater community in this area. And we'd like to have you all join us up here for a photograph with our proclamation. Council? Thank you. Thank you for coming and showing the video.
Yeah, that was really awesome. Yeah, we might be calling you again.
Please do. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. As our next special order of business this evening, I'm pleased to welcome Father Kevin O'Brien, who was inaugurated as the 29th president of Santa Clara University on October 11th, 2019. The city of Santa Clara and Santa Clara University have shared 167 years of history and collaboration towards the achievement of excellence in our community. And we are proud to be the home of Santa Clara University and consider it to be the crown jewel of our city. So we put tremendous value on the relationship we have with the university. And so at this time, I'd like to invite Father O'Brien, president of Santa Clara University, to join us at the podium to say a few words about his presidency.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks very much, Mayor Gilmore. And no better introduction to Santa Clara than to have one of our distinguished alumni, lead an organization like PACE, which really goes to the heart of what we're about as a Jesuit university, which is to form men and women in competence, compassion, conviction, and conscience. So thank you very much for reminding us why we do our work. I do acknowledge, as I stand before you, I see your seal so proudly, and there's the Mission Church, which is the heart of our campus. So I too acknowledge that history and the 28 presidents that preceded me at Santa Clara, knowing that we've been in this city for a very, very long time, and that still today our faculty and our staff and our students reside here. I'm a resident on Franklin Avenue with 27 other Jesuit priests who call this place our home. So thank you for how you serve our community. It's also, I realize, that the university is a civic center. We have arts and we have dance and theater. We have lectures and athletic events which are open to the residents of Santa Clara. So we're always happy to have our neighbors with us on campus. We know that together over the years and the years ahead, we will work on important issues together. I want to acknowledge my colleague Chris Shea, the Assistant Vice President for Operations at Santa Clara, known to many of you. We have many building projects on campus, including a $265 million STEM facility, which will be an amazing addition to our campus and our community. We are working with you, imagining Old Downtown and what that could be in the future. We are excited about what a rejuvenated old downtown, a new old downtown could do for not only the city, but also for our community at Santa Clara. And of course, we will continue to work together on issues involving our students and our neighbors. I do want to thank particularly Diana Santana for her work in city manager, and she's often a point of contact for us, as well as the mayor. And I thank you for speaking at my inauguration a few months ago. As I stand here, I do want to acknowledge finally Patty Mahan, who's an alumna of Santa Clara and was our council member in the district in which we live, and she served us very, very well. Finally, our students wears Santa Clara University on various sweatshirts and T-shirts. Our faculty go all around the world talking about Santa Clara University. As they do so, we're proud to carry the Santa Clara name, spreading the good news of what's happening not only at the university, but in the city to around the country and world. So I look forward to many years of working with you for the good of our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. If you'd like to join us, we have just another recognition for you. I hope it's not a duplicate, but if it is, you can have two bookends, okay? If you'd like to join us, and Chris Shea, who's very much a friend of the city of Santa Clara and great partner with us. We appreciate Chris's work on behalf of our university, Neighborhood University Relations Committee and other projects within our city. So, council, you can come down here.
Plenty here. I'll let you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, I'm fine. I think about 13. I'll keep going while you're doing it.
Thank you for introducing yourself.
Of course. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Sounds like a fact. Sounds like a fact. That's right.
You're welcome to hear our county assessor talk about taxes. That would be fun, right? Which I don't know why we're calling this a special order of business, but the next special order of business, thank you, is presentation by our county assessor, Larry Stone, regarding California Schools and Local Communities Funding Act of 2020. And welcome to Santa Clara, Assessor Stone.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the council, and I too would like to recognize Patty Mahan, who is a longtime friend, and it's been several years since I've been at this podium, but when we were working on bringing the Giants down here, I was here quite a bit. I want to preface my remarks on what's called the split roll by saying that I was a strong opponent in 1978 to Proposition 13. I think it's one of the two worst things that happened in California. As a city council member in 1978 in the city of Sunnyvale, I campaigned against Proposition 13. I also believe that there are significant inequities in the assessed value and property taxes paid by commercial property owners, that those differences are created by Proposition 13. I'm asked, why do I oppose the split roll when I openly acknowledge that there are inequities which allow commercial property owners not to pay their fair share? My job as an assessor is to let 1.9 million people, 800,000 voters, and 500,000 property taxpayers know that the split roll measure is seriously flawed and would create chaos for assessors, taxpayers, and the California property tax system. If I didn't do that, the implementation and the implementation part of the split roll failed, I would be criticized for remaining silent. The one good thing, maybe the only good thing about Proposition 13 is property taxes are predictable. This initiative creates unpredictability, a nemesis for schools and cities. The split roll as drafted would be impossible, underscore impossible, not difficult, but impossible for assessors to implement. And whenever government does something that it's impossible to do, it simply increases the cynicism that people have about government and people like us who are elected. This initiative creates unpredictability. The ability to predict revenue for multi-year teacher contracts or public employee contracts would be thrown into chaos if this initiative passes. The projected $12 billion in revenue isn't going to happen for several reasons. The measure is so ambiguous that critical decisions are left to the legislature, to the Board of Equalization, to the courts, to 58 assessors, and local assessment appeals boards to fight over who has the ultimate authority. I'm certain that if the split roll passes, that it will be litigated in the court for many years. The problem is not with the intent to raise more revenue for schools and local government and eliminate the inequities that has been created by Proposition 13. I support that. The problem is the convoluted attempt to exclude certain classes of property tax payers. Residential property, for example. It excludes all apartments. Well, apartments are income properties. They're much more like shopping centers and office buildings than they are homes and condominiums. Well, why do they do this? For political reasons only. Renters vote. And every property owner, every apartment owner in the state would tell their renters, if you vote for this, I'll increase your rents, and they would. Multiple references in this initiative to fair market value. Over and over again, they've mentioned fair market value. Well, assessors don't track fair market value except twice, at the change of ownership or new construction. From that point in time, every one of you, I'm sure, if you've owned your property for any length of time, that the assessed value of your property has no relationship to the fair market value because we only determine it twice. New construction, changes of ownership. Most important that this, and then the reason I oppose this, is the time and the source of funding necessary for implementation. I'll mention just a few of the many problems for assessors. It excludes the reassessment of small businesses. Sounds good, except most small businesses don't own property. They lease it under a triple net lease. So they would be excluded from getting the benefit which the initiative says they would get from being exempt. And I asked them, the sponsors, how do you define a small business? And they said, well, a business with less than 50 employees statewide. How do assessors know how many employees in a business in my county or the same business that may have multiple locations in multiple counties? I can't tell you the number of employees in any business in my county, but I would be required to do this with this initiative. I asked them, well, how do we determine that? And they said, well, each business that has less than 50 employees simply files an affidavit under penalty of perjury. And I said to Lenny Goldberg, who was the main sponsor of this, Lenny, I've been the assessor for 25 years. I can't tell you the number of times that people will sign something under penalty of perjury that has no basis in fact whatsoever. It happens all the time. And the greater the financial benefit, the more people lie about that. The proponents say that cities have business licenses, which allows, in the report of those licenses, they're required to appoint the number of employees. Well, some cities have business licenses, some don't. And this is statewide. So a company may have an office or a facility in San Jose that does have business licenses and they're required to but part of their operation, they may have multiple locations in other places that don't have business licenses, so the assessor there and statewide would have no way of knowing. The ballot measure excludes owner-occupied property in which the fair market value, again, is less than $3 million statewide. Well, first of all, we don't know fair market value. Number two, we don't know the fair market value of all the properties a business may own statewide. How are the assessors able to determine that? It's impossible, and here's the capper. The capper is that $3 million cap is adjusted biannually by county based upon an inflation factor that is determined by the State Board of Equalization. So think about that. You may have different inflation factors for different counties. So an identical property, say a Taco Bell, absolutely the same footprint, the same property built at the same time. One in Palo Alto and one in Menlo Park. When the State Board of Equalization determines an inflation factor, it might be different from San Mateo County than Santa Clara County. So identical properties nearby each other over time will have different assessed values. Why is that fair? It makes no sense to me. The result would be that different properties would have different assessed values, which is precisely the problem we have with Proposition 13 now. The split roll ballot measure attempts to exclude small businesses, which I mentioned most people don't own, by exempting property occupied 50% or more by a small business. Well, what happens about if the 50% is today when we render the assessment and it becomes 25% because one of the small business tenants moved out? What does the assessor do about that? There's no mention in the initiative about that. The ballot measure provides a 3-year deferral for small businesses. Well, I don't know how many small businesses are content to wait 3 years before their property taxes go up 500, 600, 700%. The ballot measure provides that if a mixed-use property is 75% residential, it may be excluded. How about 75% today and 50% tomorrow? Because some small businesses move out or the use changes from residential. What do? Do we reassess them at the time they move or at the end of the year? Property and tenants move around. The ballot measure requires the reassessment, and this is what it really does, the reassessment of all commercial properties to market value every 3 years. Well, what happens if the Great Recession comes along in year 2 and properties drop 50%, like they did in 2009 and 2010? Do you think a property owner that gets reassessed in year 1 to fair market value will sit there while his property in year 2 and 3 is worth half of what it was when he's reassessed to market value? Every property owner, I'll give you an arbitrary date. Any property owner that owned property before, say, 2006 would file an appeal. Why not? Much to be gained, nothing to be lost. So last year we got 2,100 commercial appeals. We project conservatively that number in the first year would go to 25,000 because everybody that owned property, any commercial property owner that owned property before an arbitrary date, you call it, would file an appeal. Why not? Remember the Levi Stadium assessment appeal, of which the Santa Clara Unified School District refunded $13 million to the city, to the team, and the city of Santa Clara refunded $2.9 million to the 49ers. With 25,000 assessment appeals, prepare for many more of those type of refunds. Assessors would transfer, because of that overload of 25,000 assessment appeals, we would do what we did during the Great Recession. We'd transfer appraisal resources from enrolling new construction and changes of ownership, where the real money is. That's the stuff that makes you guys grow in your budgets. And we transferred them over to defending assessment appeals. That makes no sense at all. We're trying to defend the value while we're creating backlogs like we did during the Great Recession on where the real money is on the changes of ownership and new construction. If your budget is based upon predictability, it's important that you'll know you'll have some real problems with this initiative. The result is that appeals, the resolution of appeals would take longer. Right now, there's a wonderful deadline that says by state law that every appeal must be resolved within a 2-year statute of limitations or the taxpayer's value holds. That's why Apple Computer regularly, they could have a $50 million assessment appeal with my office, and you know what they put down on their appeal application of their assessment of value? $1. Why? Because they're hoping that you'd run this two-year statute of limitation and a $50 million. They do it all the time. It's a regular thing with Apple and other companies. Well, if we had 25,000 appeals, there's no possible way that we could deal with that. So the authors of this initiative say, okay, we're going to extend the time frame. We're going to eliminate the 2-year deadline. Well, as the assessor, I think deadlines are good. So all that means is that assessment appeals would go on longer. So that $13 million refund or your $2.9 million refund would not get resolved as quickly as it would under the current system. Let me give you an example again, close to home. The decision on the Levi Stadium was rendered by the Assessment Appeals Board in November of 2018. I filed suit, as you know, against the Assessment Appeals Board for a crazy decision in May of 2019. The Assessment Appeals Board findings of facts were just issued last month, and the Superior Court is yet to have their first hearing. This will not be resolved for maybe a number of years. You have in this city one of the lowest tax rates for any tax base for any commercial industrial property, and that's Intel. They've owned their property for a long time. I'm not saying they do anything wrong, but they've owned it for a long time. Intel would immediately file an appeal. It would eventually be litigated in the courts, and we'd be right back into the time frame that we now have for the Levi appeal. The cost of resolving assessment appeals would skyrocket. And as assessment appeals boards would be overloaded. And in fact, the county assessors now are asking to change the state law to allow us to have more assessment appeals boards in anticipation of this ballot measure passing. The cost, let's deal with the cost of this. The cost to counties to prepare and implement the split roll would be enormous, not just for assessors, but for county councils that have to hire more lawyers to defend assessment appeals, or the controller, or the auditor, or the clerk of the board. All of these things would increase. The two most important issues on this ballot measure for assessors are cost and time. We must have the time to prepare for the first reassessment and absolute assurance that we would have the money to fully implement this measure. The split roll gives us neither. It takes me 5 years to take an entry-level appraiser and put them in a place where they can reassess and appraise shopping centers and office buildings. The ballot measure gives me 18 months. I was speaking recently to a school district, and I said, if you were required to double, because I would have to double my appraisal staff just to handle the increase in appeals and so forth. I said, if you had to increase your classroom teachers double, could you do it? And they said no. Well, that's what this ballot measure is asking me as an assessor to do something that, again, underscores impossible to do. And the proponents say, well, it really doesn't say 18 months. It says you just have to make your first reappraisal in 18 months. After that, you can take time. Well, that's not what the ballot measure says. If that's what their intent, then they should put that in the ballot measure. That's not what you people would think when the money doesn't come in that you project it will. That's not what the voters vote for. If it's more than 18 months, then the ballot measure should say that. The money to implement this comes from the legislature. Well, who determines what's a reasonable expense? I am confident that the allocation of funds will be very political. We did a survey in 2015 when we anticipated that there may be a split roll, and we asked every assessor in the state to give us a rough estimate as to what the cost would be. How many more appraisers would they have to hire, what the cost would be in terms of personnel and so forth. And they gave us a number. And I said to my fellow assessors, but that's our number. So let's get an independent judgment about that. So we hired a company called Capital Matrix. The two partners in that, one was the former governor's finance director, and the other one was involved in the legislative analyst job, I believe. And they looked at our numbers. They came back almost twice as much the cost to implement statewide. And so it's a really big problem, I think. I mean, I have no confidence in the legislature going to give us all the money we need to implement this. I mean, they can't decide on anything. And you could imagine that one state, one county that doesn't get the same benefits, that legislator that represents that county would say, I don't know if I'm going to vote for this because my county doesn't get the same benefit than another does. So is there an option? Is there an alternative? And there is. Something called the split rate instead of the split roll. Simply change the tax rate for all commercial industrial properties. Very simple, could be done overnight. Every tax collector in the state would simply reprogram their computers to do a 1.2%, 1.4%, whatever the voters would vote for. All of the things I mentioned would be no problem. It doesn't change the inequities of Proposition 13, but it does get revenue for schools and local government. I do not understand why that split rate has gotten no traction from the proponents of the split roll. This ballot measure is seriously flawed, albeit it's well intended, as I mentioned in the beginning. The $12 billion in projected revenue simply is not real. Promises are only good if they can be achieved, and this can't. And therefore, it's just a dream. Now, my real concern is I believe there is room and a need for having commercial industrial properties pay a fairer share. But my fear is that if this initiative goes down, it's going to be more than a decade before this issue is addressed seriously again. And that is very sad. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, questions? Council? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I seem to recall, I'm glad you mentioned 2015 when an initiative was initially talked about regarding the split roll. Was there something on the ballot in 2016 about the split roll?
No, years ago in the 1990s, I believe some similar initiative was placed on. And it's not polling well. It's polling at 46% in the last poll that was done in the last 3 weeks. Well, you all know, you've done these things. If you're not at the beginning up in the high 50s or 60s, and again, that's what's sad, because if this thing goes down, then we will not be faced with trying to adjust these inequities in a fairer way than we have now.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad that you brought up the tax appeal that the Levi Stadium filed. I mean, it caused a lot of consternation here in the city because that's valuable property taxes that our city has now lost $2.9 million just for, the X amount of years that it covered, but over a period of time, I mean, it's millions of dollars, not just for us, but for the school district and also for the community college. And I mean, I appreciate you following up and filing a lawsuit with the county council. And do we see, I mean, any updates? I mean, you said that there hasn't been a hearing yet. I mean, how soon do you think that could possibly happen?
I have no idea. I asked that question because I knew it would come up. Asked county council yesterday, and we really don't know. I mean, you know how things get tied up in the courts. I don't know. It hasn't even been agendized yet, if that's the correct word, in the courts at all. So we responded. The Niners have filed. We got the findings of fact. They filed their response, and we refiled ours just the other day. But I don't know. And that's the other thing about unpredictability. If we're successful and you get your $2.9 million, when does that happen? We think the Assessment Appeals Board made a very bad decision, as I'm sure you do too. And it's very rare. The first time it ever happened to me in 25 years where I felt compelled to file a lawsuit, which I'm the only person that could do that as the assessor, to justify what I think is a serious wrong. Yeah. It's a wrong by the Assessment Appeals Board. It's a wrong for the jurisdictions and the agencies that receive the property tax revenue.
Thank you, sir. Especially appreciate the comment, especially because of, I mean, I understand what Proposition 13 did for schools, but I mean, this taxes the schools even more. So, I mean, valuable
trying to change
funding.
42 years of inequity building up in one ballot measure in 1 year is an impossible, I'll use that word again, endeavor.
Thank you very much.
Any other council members? All right, well, thank you so much.
Mayor Gilmore?
Oh, sorry, I was Councilmember O'Neill. Yes,
Yes.
go ahead. Thanks for jumping
thank
in.
you. Okay, thanks, Assessor Stone, for coming tonight. I apologize that I'm not there with you in person. I'm in Washington, D.C., dealing with what the federal government sometimes does to us and not for us. And so, you brought up the issue about the Levi Stadium. So I know that I think the city of Santa Clara, has indicated our support, and I think Santa Clara Unified School District. I'm not sure. You mentioned the community college district, West Valley Mission, and I think one of the other beneficiaries besides the county is the county office. Are all the entities doing whatever? Have they all indicated the support for your lawsuit?
I believe they have. There's about 6 or 8 entities that were impacted to this to the various degree. In fact, the county, I think it was $5.8 million refund that they provided. And that was just one time, as you mentioned, council member. It goes on each year until this is resolved. It increases every single year for all of those jurisdictions that depended upon that revenue.
Right, and the carry forward over 40 years is really devastating. Is there anything we can do, and I don't know, perhaps our city attorney can help, like, I know you've said you've made a filing. Is there any benefit to the city filing some kind of amicus brief for the filings that you and the county council have put forward?
We would appreciate that, yes.
Okay, perhaps I could talk to City Attorney Doyle about doing that. And then I know, and you've referred to, and I understand, like the inequities in this system. But I know that you're very active in the community, and I'm sure talk with many members of the business community. You referenced some of the ones that are here in Santa Clara. have you heard any concerns? Because one of the things you said at the very beginning of your presentation was about the predictability of property taxes. And one thing that I have had concerns about is that I know when I was active in the business community, and when I talk to people, is that they've made comments like, you know, as a business person in California with some of the, you know, rather, complicated and multifaceted taxing structure that we have, that they've indicated whether if they lost predictability and if they're, you know, if the property taxes, which was for property that's been held for a long time, maybe the only tax that's lower than in other states. You know, has there been any discussion about what impact changing that would have on businesses, particularly smaller businesses? Would they look to, you know, relocate outside of California? And I say that knowing, you know, the predicament we face, but I'm also concerned about what might happen to some members of our business community.
Well, I'm addressing this, which I think you can see, only on the implementation issues, but the opponents, the organized opponents of this, address this issue as to the impact on businesses and what that might do to the state economy. That's not my role as the assessor to deal with it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. I see.
One last thing. If you have not received, and I don't know if you have, the findings of fact, which we got just a couple weeks ago.
We have them.
Okay, great.
Yes, we have them, and we're getting through them. It's tough to get through them, seeing all the false statements, but thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
could we ask, do we have the Assessor Stone reference that the brief from the county council has been filed? Did we get a copy of that?
I don't have a copy of that. I'm going to ask our city attorney if he has a copy. No. Could you please send that, get that to us as well?
What,
the county council's briefs? Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Assessor Stone. I'm going to go. I have a member of the public or other members of the public that may want to speak on this issue, and I appreciate your presentation to us. I know this is going to be on the ballot in November, and I'm sure we're going to hear the other side of the issue as well, but thank you for giving us your perspective on this upcoming ballot measure. So I do have a member of the audience, Jessica Vollmer. If you'd like to come forward, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the mayor and city council for hearing comments on the Schools and Communities First initiative. I'm the organizing director for Working Partnerships USA. We're one of the hundreds of social justice, faith, labor, good democracy organizations across the state that support this measure, and we're also leading the local coalition here in Santa Clara County. I'd like to start by recognizing that across our state, we all want the same things, healthy, safe communities and the best education and opportunities for our children, which is why we support this measure, because it gets us closer to that vision for our cities, counties, and state. It will generate $12 billion annually statewide, at least $12.9 million for the general fund of the city of Santa Clara. I'd also like to point out that I'm not sure where the polling numbers came from that were just quoted to you, but we're polling actually at 58% right now. I want to address a couple points in Larry Stone's presentation. I think that we would love to do a presentation to you all about why we are supporting this measure and what it does. The first thing around the implementation, the time period. So the legislature will establish a phase-in period with the guidance of a special task force made up of representatives from assessors' offices across the state, and make sure that the assessors' offices have the money that they need to staff up, build infrastructure, et cetera. I also want to talk a little bit about the split roll system, or the split rate system, which is a system that would actually increase the inequities that we see for our businesses here. By making it so that we've got some businesses that are paying it's a higher tax rate, but the amount of money they're paying is still very small compared to newer firms. Our split roll system will actually level the playing field for our businesses by looking at the fair market value of all of the properties today and taxing the same 1% tax rate on all of those properties. I hope that when the time comes that we're able to do a presentation about why we support this and that you all will join us in endorsing this measure. Thank you.
I'd like to offer you, Jessica, that work with our staff the opportunity before the next November election to give us your side of the issue as well.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank
I
you very
appreciate
much
it.
for your
Take care.
presentation.
Thank you.
Testimony. Yes, please come forward. Anyone else that would like to speak, you can please queue up and be available to speak. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Suds Jane. I'm in favor of the split roll. Prop 13 is flawed. The original intent was to protect people who are on fixed incomes or retired people with limited savings. Prop 13 assessment values increase by 2% per year, but city expenses go up by greater than that. So as a result, cities are stuck on a hamster wheel of continually having to build more to get properties that are assessed at current values. So this adds tremendous traffic to our cities. We're on this endless treadmill to keep building and building so we get currently assessed properties. Prop 13 puts new businesses at a great disadvantage over older and perhaps inefficient businesses that have 30-year-old assessments. A new business would be stuck with having to pay the current assessments and would be at disadvantage. Finally, businesses are not on fixed incomes like retired homeowners, so they should not have the same 2% limit on assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, any final comments by the council? No? Seeing none, thank you very much, Assessor Stone, for coming tonight and giving us your presentation and all that information. And we'll see you soon in the future. And good luck on your appeal. We're right behind you. Thank you. All right, next we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless a member of the council or public would like to pull an item. Any member of the council?
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
I need to abstain or recuse myself on item 4G.
Thank you. And the reason, Councilmember O'Neill? I think we have to state the reason.
Because I own HP Enterprise stock.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Assistant City Clerk. Do you have that abstention?
Yes, I have
for the
that.
reason? Thank you from Councilmember O'Neill. All right, is there any member of the public that would like to pull a consent calendar item? If so, please come forward.
We do have a card on that.
Yes.
I just want to figure out more about what it says on item D4 about the Silicon Valley Power. I'm not for or against, I just don't understand what it says.
I'm sorry, which item was that?
4D.
4D. Okay, so let's pull that one, just so that we can find out. You just want to know what it says.
What it
Okay.
actually says.
That's clarity.
Very good. We'll pull that one out for the consent calendar items pulled for discussion, 4D. Anyone else? All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent
Motion
calendar?
to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, there's motion second. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none. Please register your vote. And Councilmember O'Neill, your vote minus your abstention?
Yes? Yes, thank you.
All right, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Moving on now to public presentations, and this is any item that's not on the agenda. Is there any member of the city, Assistant City Clerk, do we have any cards on that? Public presentation?
We do.
Oh, we do, okay. We'll start with the cards first. All right, here we go. Matthew Tinsley, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, council members and staff. My name is Matthew Tinsley. I'm director of the Strong Start Initiative at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Strong Start is a county-wide effort to increase access to high-quality early care and education for all children in the county, ages 0 to 8. Access to preschool and childcare is an extremely important issue for families in Santa Clara. Without it, parents can't go back to work and children are less prepared for school. This is especially true for low-income families. quality care is expensive. For most families, it is their second highest expense after housing. On average, full-day, full-year licensed preschool in Santa Clara County costs over $15,000. That's more than tuition at UC Berkeley. It's also hard to find. Every year, the local Early Education Planning Council of Santa Clara County creates a list of zip codes where the need for subsidized care is the most acute in the county. Of the 12 zip codes in Santa Clara County that meet this Priority 1 status, Santa Clara is home to 3 of them. There are over 1,800 low-income preschool-age children in the city of Santa Clara who are eligible for subsidized preschool, but who don't receive it. I'm telling you this because there are specific actions that you as the City Council could take to help. Things like expanding your Recreation Department's Adventures in Learning program or encouraging developers to include childcare facilities in housing and mixed-use projects. In addition to information on the Strong Start Initiative and the unmet need that is in your packet, it also includes a list of 8 possible actions that cities can take to improve access to childcare for their residents, and also information on including family childcare homes in affordable housing development. We at Strong Start would love the opportunity to talk with councillors and city staff to discuss this further and to offer our help. My contact information is in the packet, so please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you very much for the packet. Any other member of the public, if you'd like to speak on anything not on the agenda? Okay, seeing no public presentations, we're going to now move to consent items pulled for discussion, and that's item 4D. Could we please have our Director of Electric Utility, Silicon Valley Power, forward? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Just to provide a better perspective of what this item is, on May of last year, the City Council approved a change in SVP's rules and regulations to require any self-generation, meaning any facility, whether it's residential or commercial, that would generate their own power would have to be renewable energy. There was a lawsuit associated with this that rules and regulations change because by Bloom Energy, because they felt the CEQA that we had done for the new rules and regulations was not comprehensive enough. We went to the lawsuit process, and as part of that, the judge, while they agreed with our greenhouse gas emissions analysis that SVP does produce less greenhouse gases than a Bloom fuel cell energy, the judge said we had to complete the record on the analysis for NOx, SOx, and backup generation. So with the judge's decision, we have to go back and change our rules and regulations so the requirement for renewable energy is no longer valid. So we're going back to what we had before May of 2019, going back to the regulations we had before. So any self-generation can come into the city as long as they go through the appropriate city process. And in the interim, we will also continue to do the additional CEQA analysis so we can come back to the council for future consideration on the requirement of renewable energy. So it's not an easy one. It's a lot of information there, but of course, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to ask Linda if you'd like to, you had any additional questions that you'd like to ask Manuel? If so, if you could come up to the podium, if you don't mind, so everyone can hear your question in our at-home viewing audience. Thank you.
I was just trying to figure out, so you're taking off the environmental because you're required to? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we are required to do so at this point until we complete. We're required to remove the requirement of renewable energy until we complete additional CEQA analysis, and at that point we would have to come back for council consideration. So that would be the process if we choose to do so.
That's why this was confusing. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the statement. We're not taking off any environmental. We're repealing a regulation that
And
was.
you said, can you speak into the?
Yeah, I'm
things?
trying to.
Sorry.
My voice is just
Yeah,
going. Sorry
about that.
The speaker mentioned that we're repealing the environmental. We're not repealing any environmental anything. We're repealing a regulation because the court ordered us to repeal it.
I see. Okay.
So
all
we're,
right.
we're repealing the requirement for renewable fuel at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis, you have a question, or?
And I just needed, when you said the evaluation, what was the timeline on that? When is that going to happen?
For the additional CEQA work that we have to
Correct.
do, we are currently working with a consultant on the scope of work for that. So once we have additional information, working with our consultant, we'll let you know. I don't have a schedule I can provide for you right now. We started developing that scope last week.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine. I've had some discussion with staff about this.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any member of the audience that would like to speak on this issue? All right, is there a motion from the council?
Motion to approve, staff recommendation.
Motion to approve, and a second. Any other discussion from council? Please register your vote. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We have no other consent items pulled for discussion. Our next item is item number 5, verbal report from City Clerk regarding March 2020 election. Clerk Hagag.
I think this is working. Awesome, awesome. Thank you again for the opportunity to present. Tonight, I guess you could say it's election season, right, if people haven't already noticed. So at the last council meeting, I came and we talked about, gave the last verbal report on what's been going on with the March elections, talking about the dark money that was uncovered as part of what's been going on here in Santa Clara. And at the end of the last council meeting, I came up, proposed an idea that segued into our other town hall idea, but a town hall to educate residents about the new dark money ordinance that Santa Clara passed in 2018. This is the second election since that new ordinance was passed, and we have at our in our hands possibly the first violation of that dark money ordinance. So I felt it was important that we would educate a lot of residents about what dark money was. We were getting a lot of questions. What is dark money? How is this violation that's happening right now related to dark money? Is it even dark money? And so we held the town hall, it was yesterday, where we held the town hall here in the council chambers. But it was actually, not only the first town hall that at least I know that we've done in a long time, if ever, of its nature. But we also, it was the first time where we actually had participants join from several different forms of media. We had folks here in the room. We had folks watching live at home on the TV channel. It was live streamed to Facebook and YouTube all at the same time. And for the very first time, we actually had a telephone dial-in as well. So we actually had, we had a lot of residents from the comfort of wherever they were, whether it was at home or on the road, commuting back from work or whatever, dialed in, and we were able to take comments and questions from everybody, even those on the telephone. So it kind of felt like, one of those, NPR morning radio show where you would hear, the audio from the telephone callers. And I think the great thing that about the town hall yesterday, it was a little bit over an hour, not that much longer, and the overwhelming majority, like almost the entire hour, was dedicated towards open floor for residents to ask questions, even make comments. We didn't put anybody on a timer. Several folks from the audience came up and asked multiple questions. So it was really free form, and I think it was a great opportunity for residents to come and to learn about dark money, to learn about what has happened with potentially this very first violation of dark money with the 49ers trying to influence the election here in Santa Clara. We stated very clearly that the town hall was not going to talk about Measure C. We were not taking an advocacy position on Measure C in favor or against it, but we were really talking about dark money. And for all residents who may be just learning about this or or did not get a chance to attend yesterday's town hall, I would first encourage you, the replay is available on the city's YouTube pages, Facebook pages, on the website. The replay is available, and I would encourage everybody to go and watch it and learn. But really, what the idea here is, regardless of how you feel about any ballot measure, regardless how you may feel about any potential candidate running for office, every Santa Claran has a right to know who is funding candidates and ballot measures. Every Santa Claran has a right to know who those people are. The integrity of or the foundation of our democracy is integrity in elections and transparency and fairness for everybody. And nobody is above the law. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire, if you're a corporation, if you're a politician, nobody is above the law. And as your elections official, it is my duty to ensure that everybody is in compliance with the law, and those who violate it will be dealt with accordingly, with all the penalties that come along with that. So just I want to give a very brief update, and maybe council has questions, maybe the public has additional questions beyond what was asked yesterday. But the No on C campaign, which was sponsored by Jed York and the 49ers, they did file for the second pre-election disclosure statement, which was due on February 20th. They did file on February 20th their expenditure reports, their Form 460s, with the city clerk's office. It did indicate that they had accrued more expenses than they had raised contributions for at the time. And then last Friday, which was February 21st, the next day was the deadline, the last day for receipt of and deposit of contributions, which means that after last Friday, it is illegal for any campaign committee, whether it's for a political candidate or for a ballot measure, or for any sort of political advocacy, to accept any more financial or in-kind contributions. That was last Friday. And on last Friday, the city did receive a report, a form filing of an additional $300,000 that Jed York and the 49ers were putting into the No on C campaign, which would put the total contributions over $617,000. Now, I do want to report that we did receive a filing today where the No on C campaign committee filed an amendment to the form that they filed on Friday, amending the value of the contribution that they supposedly received last Friday from $300,000 to $330,000. So we are going to be referring this to the FPPC. The last date for accepting any additional contributions was last Friday, and they filed on time for an additional $300,000. Filing an amendment to add an additional $30,000 to post date that with an amendment is not okay. It does not follow the law. So we are referring this to the FPPC. Getting an additional $30,000 beyond the date of allowable contributions is a violation of the contribution deadlines. So at the moment, with that additional $30,000, we are now looking at over $647,000 that Jed York and the 49ers have contributed to the No on C campaign. Again, contributions of money that is in full disclosure is okay. The issue is when they spend money without disclosing who they are. That is dark money, and that's what they were caught doing. The additional thing, which we are referring to the FPPC, is the additional $30,000 that they supposedly amend their filing from last Friday beyond the deadline for being able to accept additional contributions. So that's all I have for the report. There was an additional filing deadline for today, which is unique to Santa Clara. It's called the third pre-election campaign disclosure statement. That is due today. I know that our city staff has reached out to them to give them a friendly reminder of this due date. And so far, we have received a response that they do not intend on filing today's third pre-election campaign disclosure statement. So that is where we are. We will continue to pursue things and enforce the law as it needs to be enforced, and I am open to any questions that the council or the public may have.
Thank you. I have a couple lights here. We're going to start with Vice Mayor Hardy and then Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. My question is, who's in charge of enforcement of the ordinance you are talking about, and what is the penalty? And when you talked about the deadline, I'm trying to remember, is that the state rule or is that the city rule for the deadline? And when you talk about dark money, my understanding is dark money means we don't know where it came from, but we know where this came from.
Give me 1 second so I can answer your question one at a time here. Okay, so your first question was who enforces, yeah? Who enforces? So with regards to the local ordinance, which is our dark money ordinance, that is for the city to enforce. Now, because it is intertwined with the violation that they have committed, which is a political activity that was conducted at the end between July and December of last year was required to have been reported by January 31st of this year. The city did not receive any filings for activity done for the end of last year.
My question is, what is the penalty?
Oh, I'm getting to that. Yeah. Okay. So because they did not file in a timely manner, that is also referred to the FPPC as a violation of the Political Reform Act, and they will pursue that violation. The city will pursue the violation of the dark money ordinance. A violation of the dark money ordinance per the ordinance itself it includes, but not limited to, prosecution as an infraction or a misdemeanor, civil action for injunctive relief or for damages by any city resident that can include recovery of treble damages, cost of litigation, including attorney's fees, disqualification of an elected official who benefited from the contribution from voting on a matter in which the contributor has a financial interest, and material breach of any contract they may have with the City of Santa Clara or the Santa Clara Stadium Authority and be grounds for termination of said contract. So that is the penalty for violating the city's dark money ordinance. The FPPC incurs, they would apply penalties of their own with regards to any violations of the Political Reform Act. You had some additional questions, but I forgot what they were.
It was, you talked about the deadline for accepting. Is that the state?
So the deadline for accepting contributions, which was last Friday, which they filed an amendment to add additional contributions after the fact, that is enforced by the FPPC and the state.
I just know, having done this way back in '92, that the FPPC, even after someone was arrested for embezzlement, it took them 6 years to do anything. So I'm not quite certain where you feel the need to keep, if they're going to handle it, and what I've noticed is it takes a while. It takes quite a while. So if it's not
are you suggesting that we do not inform Santa Clarans about the violations that they do?
To me, it's the city that it's the FPPC's job. We inform them, and having filled out a lot of these forms over the years, you do amendments all the time when you find mistakes.
So it is my job as your elections official, as your elected city clerk, to inform the residents and to enforce following the law. The city of Santa Clara is actually has jurisdictions over collecting all of the campaign filings. We sit with candidates, with political committees when they file, to walk them through the process, and we accept all of the filings as a local jurisdiction. And it is, as your elections official, it is my duty to enforce it, and that's what I'm doing. You're right. Sometimes it takes a long time for the process to come to fruition or to come to a conclusion, but Santa Clarans have a right to know, and especially when it influences, when they are trying to influence the outcome of an election. And all we're doing here is informing Santa Clarans of what's going on so they can make an educated decision. That's it.
I guess what it's looking like is more like a billy club to beat somebody with. Whether someone agrees or not with them, I don't understand why we're still going over this and over this and over this. You had the town hall, we've mentioned this. I just don't understand why it keeps coming up.
Because there are additional violations that are happening, and Santa Clarans have a right to know. So I don't I don't agree with the premise that this is a billy club that's going over it. What this is informing Santa Clarans about the violations that are happening by an organization that is on paper here trying to influence the elections. In their expenditure report, they actually admitted to being the ones who conducted the poll and paying for the poll that residents received that was not announced. It was anonymous, and that is the root of the dark money complaint here. So I reject the premise that this is a billy club. This is my role as your elections official, ensuring that we have transparent and clean elections in Santa Clara. And you may not agree with it, but the facts are the facts. And as you said yourself, the FEPC will conduct their investigations. And yeah, if it takes a long time, it takes a long time. But at the end of the day, the residents have a right to know.
I would ask why we're not saying anything about the POA, and I understand they just had their own poll that was supposedly talking about the police situation, chief of police, who is not opposed, but it was asking questions about Measure C also. I don't understand why you're not concerned about that as well.
Couple of reasons. First, they did not ask any questions about the chief of police race, so I don't know where you got that information from.
The POA.
And the second, I understand, and you said that the poll that they sent out was asking about the chief of police, which actually is not true. And the second thing is the fact that you know that the Police Officers Association conducted this poll is a clear indication that that is not a violation of the dark money ordinance. The idea of a dark money ordinance is that you do not know who the origin of the source is. And the only reason we know that the Jed York and the 49ers were involved in the poll is because they were caught. We sent them a warning letter, and the next business day, they came in and filed their campaign committee. And here we see in the expenditure report an admission that they were the ones who were behind the poll. So I don't see the equivalence as a false equivalence here. Conducting, doing a survey about the poll that you're referring to from the Police Officers Association, they asked about a safety bond measure for police and fire. They asked about other various things. They asked about news organizations in the city. So it was a poll that would not need to be reported since it is not being used to influence the outcome of an election. So that's a campaign finance law. So that's not something here that is necessarily up for debate based on opinions and ways people are leaning towards in terms of how they intend to vote. I'm here to enforce the law, and that's what I'm doing.
We can disagree.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Sam. I got to watch you on TV last night. It was a real experience having telephone live bodies and how you held that all together very professionally. And I commend you on always telling them it was not about Measure C, but nobody seemed to want to listen to you about that. They were insisting that this is what it's about, and it wasn't. It was about the dark money. But the thing that I heard was you using city resources to do this, that it wasn't legal. And I said, wait a minute, what are you talking about? This is a dark money ordinance. This is about something that we, signed off on, made law in the city of Santa Clara. But then they're saying that you're not doing your job. And I remember you saying that the materials that were sent out by the city were educational. And I don't know why there's this confusion out there that what you were doing is your job as our officer for anything that has to do with democracy and the election cycle. So I was just really confused by some of the comments that were made last night. But I just wanted to thank you for what you did. I think people understand it. But at the same time, maybe the enforcement part is not really clear, that you are doing your job, and it is the FPPC that is the overseer of what happens, because they're the ones that make the law. They're the ones that are saying you're violating this. This is how this should be. But my second concern is, so I heard you say last night they filed another additional $300,000. That was last night. So within 24 hours of, not even 24 hours,
They filed on Friday.
they filed an amendment after the deadline for another $30,000?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you turned that over to the FPPC, correct?
We're referring that to the FPPC. We just received that amendment today, so we are referring that to the FPPC.
Okay, so I guess your job is done for as far as what we're going.
I wish it were. The election
Okay.
still hasn't finished yet, and
Okay,
and
so we have more.
There's still a lot more to go. So, we had the third pre-election campaign disclosure form deadline, which was today, which we did receive an email from the committee that they were not intending to file that. The next deadline is the semi-annual campaign disclosure statement, which is due July 31st. So basically, if they don't file the third pre-election campaign disclosure report, all of the activity that they do between, I think it's the 21st, which was last Friday, no, actually the 16th, up through the election won't go reported until July 31st, which is the whole reason why Santa Clara has this third pre-election campaign disclosure period, so that any last-minute contributions, or not contributions, any last-minute expenditures by any campaign committee would be reported to the residents. But it looks like they don't want to follow the law, and they don't want to fill that out. So we're going to have to pursue that as well.
Telling me that they are not going to file what they're doing with this $647,000 until July?
Well, they have 4.5 hours left before the end of the day, so they can e-file it in those 4.5 hours, but I'm not holding my breath.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sam. So I have two questions, basically. So we're talking about the dark money, right? So that accepted, like we talk about dark money and updates about the dark money, that's perfectly fine because there was some dark money issues were taken up and we talk about that. But are we setting a trend that any PAC going forward for any of the candidates for the city council for any election, when they file something for or against a candidate, will be disclosing those in such public meetings for the legal documents? What they have a legally right to do that? Like, let's say 49ers, or let's say POA, or let's say Labor, they file $100,000 for a candidate sitting on the dais, or maybe a future candidate, right? So we will be doing the same thing for them also going forward?
As long as they follow the law, there's nothing to report. I think when people violate the law, when they actually violate what is obligated of them to do, then yes, we will inform the residents of those violations, and that is my duty.
So what I'm saying is when they filed for $300,000 after that initial violation, we should not be talking about that.
Well, I'm talking about the 330, the amendment after the deadline of the campaign contributions passed. So that's really why, the reason I brought that up is to explain that here we have another violation where they're filing an amendment to raise an additional $30,000 after the deadline. I wouldn't bring it up if people are reading it already in the news. I have no reason to bring it up again. But the point that I'm saying is that when there are violations, I will bring it up because Santa Clarans have a right to know, people who are acting, making mistakes or acting in bad faith with regards to the integrity of our elections, and that's an important thing. I think all Santa Clarans have a right to know. They expect, as their elections official, that I will inform them of these violations. If they are following the law, if they are this is totally legal if they follow the rule of law. But when they violate it, then I will come up and talk about it.
And so in future also, any filings, if there are discrepancies in these filings, we'll pick them up and bring it over to the council?
There's a difference between discrepancies and there's a difference between violations. I didn't come up here and talk about the 6 corrections that we actually had to ask them to make for the minor discrepancies that they had on on their forms. People make those mistakes all the time. You've ran, I've ran. We know that these forms can be really long, and it's easy to make minor mistakes, and amendments are totally normal, right? But when you're looking, when you are actually doing severe violations with the paperwork to try to conceal what you're doing, that is a violation. We're not talking here about minor discrepancies, Raj. We're talking about, you didn't hear me talk about the 6 discrepancies that we asked them to correct, which they did in the past, because that's not something that is, it's not a violation of the law. They make a mistake on the form, they write the wrong city, they write the wrong election date. That stuff happens, right? But here we're talking about like actual violations, missing deadlines, refusing to report, and what started this whole thing was the dark money violation in the first place.
So my second question is, I know it all started with a particular survey being done by them in December, and we had another POA survey within a couple of days earlier. I didn't get it. But
over the weekend. Yeah.
Over the weekend, basically. So both of them, I didn't know the previous survey, what the previous survey was about, but I read some of the questions on this survey. So this survey also talked about Measure C. Now, are you in favor of Measure C? Now you know this thing. Are you still favorable to Measure C? So how are these two different? Like, this was also trying to swing the votes for Measure C, whether there were other additional, I agree, there were some other additional questions, but should not they both be on the same status?
That's a good question. We had the same question yesterday in the town hall as well. So I want to answer 2 parts to this. The first part is the fact that you know that the 49ers were behind the survey in December. You remember when I came here on January 14th, one of the first council meetings after the holiday break, that I said, hey, there's a survey that a lot of Santa Clarans got, including myself, and nobody knows the source of that survey. You remember that on January 14th. The fact that we didn't know who it was is the textbook definition of dark money, right? And only after I made a call on that night, January 14th, to the residents, if they had any information to come forward, is when I found out that it was the 49ers who were behind it. So that is the textbook definition of dark money. When we talk about the dark money violation, violating our dark money ordinance, that's what we're talking about, okay? Not the fact that they did a poll. People do polls all the time. You know that, right? So it's not about people doing the poll. It's about just concealing who they were and where the source of that money was coming from. Now, when it comes to the contents of a poll, there's a lot of legality that the FPPC enforces with how polls are conducted. And we can get very technical about this. Are you doing a sample size of 200, 300 respondents, or are you actually blanketing the entire city, right, to get your message out? How you frame the questions is also looked at. So a lot of this, the FPPC will investigate, and they have the legal authority to actually go and subpoena and investigate. That is, they actually have that authority from the state. So these are all the things, but we talk about things, we can't lump it all together. We have a dark money violation because you didn't know, neither did I know, who the origin of that poll was. Everybody already knows who the origin of the weekend poll was from because it was written in the poll. I actually received a call yesterday on my drive here to the town hall from the president of the POA giving me a courtesy call letting me know about the poll. I didn't get the poll till later, actually. I had a friend who doesn't even live in Santa Clara anymore. He lives in Chicago, who actually sent me screenshots of the text poll that he got, right? So there's a big difference. The fact that you know who conducted that poll versus who conducted the December poll is kind of what differentiates between dark money and what's not.
So will POA be filing for this, whatever they expensed on this poll?
If they do not intend to influence the outcome of the election, if it is an informational poll, if it is an informational poll and they're not intending to use that information to influence the outcome of the election, then they may not need to file it. So really, when you look at even here the expenditure report that the No on C campaign filed, they actually listed out the poll because they are actually using the information from this poll to direct their political campaign activity. So that's really how you, and go, I can send you a link and I encourage you to look at the rules for polling that the FPPC has out there in their manual. And everybody has to follow that law. It's not a matter of opinion here, right? This is a matter of following the law.
Yeah. So as an election officer, when you see those questions, they were influencing the voters. If you see those questions about Measure C, They were. You can tell me.
I would have loved for you to receive the December poll to see how different that was compared to what was sent on the text messages.
I agree to that. That I agree. I fully agree that, okay, you took that step, that dark money, yes, take it. Take it to the real judicial end. But I'm talking about this one now. Now this one we see that this is also in spirit of influencing your votes. It clearly mentions, would you be voting one way or the other way now that you know this thing? So isn't that an influence? And
so I don't want this to turn into an academic discussion, because this is a real world events of what has happened.
Parallel.
No, I understand,
really
but I don't want to turn into an academic discussion of looking at what survey questions are acceptable and which ones aren't, Mr. Shahal. So like this is now turning into that kind of an academic discussion, and I'm happy to chat with you afterwards to really go over what would constitute and what would not constitute here.
No, for real transparency, from the point of view of transparency, basically, what I'm talking about is we had two surveys. One we defined, it was trying to influence the voters, and one which I think is trying to influence, and you are not making a position on that. The second one, which was clearly mentioned, now are you ready to vote for this or not voting for this? That is also trying to, and now we are not putting them in the same basket. That's my question.
So without going into the technicalities, I don't know if you received the poll on the weekend.
No, I did not, but I got the
So I did get copies of it. And without getting into the technicalities, when poll questions are designed as advocacy, like you mentioned, then it might constitute political activity. But when poll questions are asking people, do you oppose it, and do you support it? That is an informational question. That is not an advocacy question. So I'm not trying to get away from the answer here. Polls are a very tricky situation, because how you design the poll can actually make it one thing versus another. And so part of the FEPC investigation is that they will look at the questions that were offered in the poll. How long was the poll? How many respondents was the poll directed at? And they use all of that in their investigation to determine whether it was designed to influence and affect voters' decisions towards something, or whether it was informational, it was soliciting the opinions of the respondents.
So city attorney has
I just want to
like
kind
to.
of, neither, in all due respect, you, council member, nor the city clerk is the arbiter of this question. It's the FPPC as to whether the poll constituted an attempt to influence the election. So if you choose, you're as free as the city clerk is to refer complaints to the FPPC. And so if you wanted to file a complaint against the POA, you're free to do that.
I would request my city clerk to do that. Basically, take a clarification on the second poll, which clearly mentioned Measure C, to please take up that with FPPC.
It's your, you can do that as well.
No, I can do that. Any resident can do that. I understand that. Right. But we have a special election officer, which is basically deciphering these stuff. So I would request him, hey, we had those questions, so please take a clarification from FPPC about that poll too.
I will be happy to seek clarification from the FPPC. That is totally fine. Yes, that's a reasonable request.
That's perfectly fine.
That is a reasonable request. You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Hossam, I want to thank you very much for the town hall that you put on last night. I was here in chambers with my husband, and we really enjoyed how you ran the event. It was very professionally done, and you remained neutral throughout the event, despite everything that came your way, and so you are to be very much commended on that, especially since it was the first time you've ever hosted such an event. I just have a couple of questions just to follow up on the pre-election disclosure forms, and I will try not to make them too intense, but if Jed York and the 49ers do not file the forms, is there like I understand you could go to the FPPC, but could you take it to another level? Like I'm thinking like the federal level, because there are campaigns that run at the federal level to enforce the rule.
That's a good question. I might defer to our city attorney on this one. Now, I do want to clarify that the third pre-election campaign disclosure deadline is unique to Santa Clara. So the state elections schedule, the city of Santa Clara has its own unique ordinance that establishes this third pre-election campaign disclosure requirement. So the state only has the first and second, and then after that, there is that window after the 15th that all activity up from between February 16th through March 3rd doesn't get reported until July 31st. That's how the state election calendar is, or the disclosure calendar is. The city of Santa Clara has gone above and beyond, as we've done with the dark money ordinance. We've gone above and beyond that any last minute expenditures that you make get filed part of this third pre-election campaign disclosure. So I think I'll defer to the city attorney on what the next steps are in terms of referring this to the FPPC. I'm not sure if there's anything at the federal level that we would refer this to, but I think the state level is the appropriate.
I think you and I need to discuss the local ordinance provision. But as far as the federal, I don't think any federal campaign laws apply to local elections.
Okay, thank you. And then just finally, regarding the money that's been put into the No on C campaign, is it all, are there any other monies besides the monies that have been reported or been received by the 49ers? And like any grassroots monies that you've received or that have been filed?
The only filings we have for Measure C is the No on C campaign here. So I'm not aware of anything else. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll make my comments after, but I want to go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak? Do we have any cards on this item? If anyone would like to speak, please come forward. And anyone else can queue up if you'd like. Welcome.
Hello, Sud Shane. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is all very confusing. I have run for office before, and there's a lot of forms. And in 2016, there were a number of city meetings to explain to new candidates what forms there are and what the dates are. So I'm hoping that this time around, there will be a number of city meetings to explain to candidates so that they don't really get into hot water. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for
May
that.
I respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah, so the city clerk's office actually, when we had the candidate for chief of police come in to pull papers to run for the election, the city, myself and the assistant city clerk actually sat down and went over the entire schedule, all of the forms required. I'm sure you've gotten this before as a candidate, a binder this thick of everything that needs to be done. And of course, myself and the entire city clerk's staff is here to assist candidates. So we did not have anybody from the No on C, from the 49ers, come in to choose to sit with us. Obviously, they came and filed kind of after they were sent the notice letter. But certainly come November, when there's the election for council and whatnot, that we're absolutely available. And of course, all of this is available online as well. So everybody has access to it. But certainly when November, when the campaign season for November comes up, we're absolutely available.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward, and you can actually queue up if you'd like to speak. Good evening.
Anthony Becker, resident of Santa Clara. As I start, I'm going to say that I'm probably going to be discredited by many here. I'm probably going to be discredited online, and I will probably be continued harassed. As a gay man, I continue to see homophobic attacks and also racist attacks online, including next door and other areas by people that support Measure C. Going on the issue about the POA, I did receive the text message. That is an issue, as Councilmember Chahal said. It is trying to get a biased opinion on the measure. It is supposed to be filed. The city clerk, you, Hassam, need to take action and say that nothing's been filed. At the same time, this needs to be reported to the media, just like the Niners have been reported. At least the Niners are transparent in doing it. Yes, you caught them, but there's no teeth to the law. There is no teeth to this law. Lastly, There is a yes on Measure C campaign, and I know there is because the city is biased in the reporting in the flyers. Why do I know this? Is because of the biased nature of the city attorney on Nextdoor, of what he is commenting on and trying to sway opinions of voters. The same with the city clerk and the majority of the city council. And why do I know this? Is because I have screenshotted, I have seen it. Councilmember Watanabe has said it, which is there is a yes on C campaign. She said it, she may have regretted it, but guess what? That post is now deleted, as well as the original poster. So that tells me that there is a bias here in this city, that the Yes on C campaign is continually getting away with murder, yet we go after the 49ers as a witch hunt, because look at all the people who were against the 49ers in the Measure J campaign are actually supporting No on C. So anybody who supports No on C seems to get harassed continually by either the majority or by the people in this room.
May I?
And as a taxpayer, I am sickened.
May I?
If you'd like to, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I would like to point out to you, Mr. Becker, that
it's dark money.
Excuse me,
No,
we don't
it's okay.
conduct ourselves like that in this room. Thank you.
Everybody
Clerk.
has a First Amendment freedom of speech right, just like you have your First Amendment freedom of speech right to come up to the podium. And nobody's accusing you of using city resources, which that podium and that microphone and the electricity powering it and the speakers and the live stream that's, broadcasting your opinions here. Nobody's accusing you of using city resources excuse me, just let me address your comments. Nobody's accusing you of using city resources here to promote your opinions. The fact of the matter is you've accused me of taking a position on Measure C. I challenge you to find any single screenshot, any single online post, any single video recording of the town hall or anything other than that of me taking a side. I have been impartial. I have been unbiased with regards to Measure C. So I challenge you, and I know you're not going to be able to come up with that. As far as any other council members or the city attorney on their free time when they're on vacation, they have a First Amendment freedom of speech protected right just like you do. So, I see no violation here. Even though I have that First Amendment freedom of speech protected right, as an elected official, I still have not, to take a position, I have not, because I see it as my duty as your elections official to be impartial, and I have been thus so far. So thank you.
Thank you. More members of the public, please come forward.
Hello, City Council, City Clerk. It's kind of ironic, I think, to be told these things in transparency and from someone from Facebook, but that's just my opinion. Well, I will say, maybe we can't find all these things because people are a little bit more careful and calm down. I really like you. I just don't like to see you as disturbed
Please, if you can
as I
address
feel.
us up here,
Yes.
please.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Calm down. I just don't like to see you guys as upset as I imagine you today. But it's not very hard stretch to see how the City Council, who supported Measure A in the election 2 years ago, which was the first attempt to try to reduce the number of districts or to increase the at-large to a certain number of districts, which Hossam actually was one of the main backers of. But this isn't actually about dark money. I think it's about power and trying to control the power. And when you've got a larger organization, then, it used to be that the people who backed Measure J and Measure A, those are the people that had the most money around. But it turns out that when the 49ers came in, they're actually a bigger organization than we had in the city ever. And I think that when you look at what the city has tried to do, even after the verdict came in, the CVRA, we were found guilty. We tried to reduce the number of districts again to 2, to 3. Hossam was again one of the major backers of that. It's not very hard to connect the dots and see that he could be someone who would support Measure C as well. But at the same time, this is not about dark money. It's about the people in power trying to maintain power by making a districted election look more like at-large elections, which does not benefit minorities or grassroots efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I had some comments directed at me, if I may respond
Well,
to them.
let's wait. Let's go
Okay.
through all the
Let's go
public.
through all of them at
This is
once.
called freedom of speech, so let everybody speak, please, and then you can comment after.
Sure.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight.
Maybe we can
Stop
start all
laughing.
over. No, please, everybody compose
I do
yourself.
appreciate
Thank
the
you.
opportunity to speak
Thanks.
tonight. I did want to make some comments on the town hall last night. I watched from home. And in November 2018, the city clerk, as then a candidate, ran for office. One of his commitments and one of his promises was to hold town hall meetings. I saw that come to fruition last night. I'm not going to speak about the context or the subject of the meeting, but I am glad to see when an elected official stands by their campaign promises. I know he made those because I ran against him. So good work last night. I was really impressed, and I want to thank the city staff, city clerk's office, and all to put that on. I was really impressed with the meeting itself. You could phone in, you could live stream, and you can be in public. There was a lot of information that came out. There was a lot of conversation going on. There were both sides of an issue being discussed last night, and I think that's what we need more of in the city. I would like the council and the city manager's office and the city clerk's office to keep this idea going, not only on election issues, but many other issues with many other departments in the city. I think it would be great to have a town hall meeting at least once a year, where maybe a department head or another assistant department head sits with the city clerk, because he's also the keeper of the seal, and discuss specifically what each department does. I think it would be a great benefit to the city, and I think the community will get a lot out of it. So thank you again, and thanks for holding that meeting.
Thank you. Any other member of the public you'd like to speak? Please come forward. Okay. I want to say to our city clerk, thank you. I was on the phone last night listening as I was cooking dinner, so to the town hall. I loved the fact that there were so many different ways that people could interact with you, and it was, it was no longer than an hour, so that was good for people's schedules and others, but it really made it more convenient, and it just reminded me that we need to do more of that. And I know we're looking at individual council members going to different districts and having town halls. And I did those when I was running for office, and I find them to be just really great, because you get to answer in a more less formal setting the questions from the public, which is really helpful in dealing with a lot of misinformation and other things. And I just want to commend you on your patience as well, because you answered the same question, I think, 4 or 5 times. But the way you did it was very educational for a lot of people. And I know, the dark money ordinance is something that is brand new, and it's difficult, and there's going to be a lot of pushback on it, especially from the people that are doing it and benefiting from having the anonymity in elections. So there is pushback, and there's pushback because people, don't understand it. I always laughed at the question like, well, the POA did a dark money poll, and you said, no, by the fact that it was the POA means that it's not dark money, and you said that at least 5 times, but that's okay. It takes a while sometimes for people to really to get, because it's a difficult issue. It's a difficult issue to understand, and especially with our ordinance. So I want to appreciate that. There's a lot of questions up here, a lot of debate up here. There's a lot of people up here at different investments in this campaign. Some are involved in the campaign, others are not, but, and both sides of the issue. So I get all that. But one thing I just wanted to point out, that when you talked about, dark money and filing, and the reason you're talking about all these things because of the offenses, I want to say that the 49ers, they have compliance experts and lawyers. They have a lot more representation than the normal average person who's running for office, for a city council office or a chief of police. They have experts advising them, because there are major political donors throughout the state. If you look at their list, it's top to bottom people all over the place. So there's no excuse. There's no excuse. And the fact that this community had to deal with Blue Pack in 2016, I still know we're still going to get to the bottom of that one, was a big indication that we have a problem. And when you have a special interest group spending that kind of money, not transparently, in a city of our size, it's a recipe for disaster for the future. And it's not just our city with the 49ers. You have other cities with big corporations that are a large part of their community that are watching what happens in Santa Clara, and they're watching how we deal with the dark money ordinance, because if we are not able to deal with it, they're going to face the same thing in their communities, and then they're just going to have, it's going to be the whatever big business in the community is going to run the community in the future. You're going to have the communities, these cities here. So I think it's really important what we're doing, and there's a lot of people looking at it. But I just want to commend you on, first of all, your knowledge of the situation. I mean, you're an elected city clerk, but you have a vast knowledge, and you've done your homework on the situation, and you're doing your best to keep us transparent and open, even though there's all, pushback from people with whatever their agendas are. There is the most fundamental thing is that we have to maintain our democracy here, the transparency and the openness. Okay, if they want to spend $1 million on the next campaign, at least you're going to know who it is up front. Follow the rules, follow the law, fill out your forms. You can't claim you don't know what you're doing, because you do. And at least our residents are going to make informed decisions knowing who's funding, the advocacy. So I know, you're going to take some heat from some people up here, from some people down there, and from the public. But there's a huge number of residents that really appreciate what you're doing, and you're doing exactly what you campaigned on, that you were going to bring this to the public in this forum, and you did it. So I want to commend you and applaud you for what you did, and I hope this is the beginning of how we are more transparent here in the future, especially for our campaigns. Because if you think March was bad, just wait till November. It's going to be...
Don't remind me.
Yeah, get prepared for that, because talk about special interests, there's a lot of people who want to control up here. So that's fine for whatever your opinions are.
I do want to make one minor comment.
Go ahead before we move on.
Mr. Park left, so I couldn't address his comment about Measure A, but there was a comment by Mr. O'Keefe that you said. I appreciate your comments, thank you, and for remembering and noticing. I do appreciate that. But you did mention something at the end that you said, at the town hall there were people on two sides of the issue, and I wanted to make very clear, and I did last night, very clear that the town hall was about dark money. And there really aren't two sides to the issue. I know a lot of people are opposing dark money. I don't know anybody out there who supports dark money. So I don't know really what two sides to that issue there are. Enforcing violations, or enforcing and penalizing people for violations of the law. I don't know if there's anybody who would be okay with violations of the law. So for an issue like this, there really aren't two sides.
Let's put it this way, there shouldn't be two sides.
There shouldn't be two sides. So I appreciate the comments, Mr. O'Keefe, but it was very clearly a town hall about dark money. There are two sides to the Measure C issue. That's not my job to get in between that. But thank you again for the comments.
I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Neill. I'm sure you've heard this discussion.
Oh, it's been fascinating.
She sounds like the people who were dialing in yesterday.
Well, one thing I'd say is that, once again, I think the discussion reflects the passion and level of engagement that Santa Clarans have in our community. And, we may not all agree, but, I would rather have people be engaged than have them be ambivalent or apathetic. And while we may not like certain things that are done, as has been pointed out, there is freedom of speech, and at least for the time being, the the Supreme Court has ruled that people do have the right to spend money in these kinds of issue campaigns. But I just hope that we'll get to the point that everybody just knows up front who's doing what, and that will help people, that will inform the decisions that people make. If they know where information or what other it may not be information, but whatever they choose, whatever information or purported information they choose to share, at least if you know where it's coming from, you have an opportunity to assess what you may think is the accuracy and how that will impact the decisions you make. So, I mean, I think that's the intent. It's not to stifle anybody's right to speak on either side of any issue, but just to provide as much possible information as possible to our residents. So I was out last night, so I wasn't able to watch the town hall, but I will do so for some. Thank you, City Clerk Haggard.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you. And Councilmember Chahal, you have some closing statements?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hussam, we got a couple of emails regarding Measure C. I'm not sure you have those copies. You want to address those concerns?
I have those copies. I do want to, I read through all of this. I did get a copy of the email in my email, and I have them right here in front of me. As I mentioned, this really isn't a discussion about Measure C. So, I mean, all of these questions here are involved or revolve around Measure C. What happens if it passes, if it doesn't pass? What's the implications of the court order? All of these sorts of things. So I don't know if it would be appropriate for me as your elections official to take positions on Measure C. But if you have a specific question that you would like to clarify, I'm here. I'm sure our city attorney can weigh in on certain things as well. But, you know, I just want to be careful that I'm not addressing Measure C directly here, because that's really not the focus.
I don't think it's appropriate that you talk about Measure C at this time.
If there's a specific question you want to call out here that's not about Measure C, I'm happy to address it.
The one question which has been raised even on the next door social media, even on one-on-one discussion about the impartiality of the mailers which has gone from the city. I think we need to address that.
So let me talk to you about the process, and I'm sure the city attorney can address the contents of the analysis itself. So with regards to the process, and you know, because you ran and you had to file your statement that actually went into the ballot, the city attorney, as the attorney of this jurisdiction, files by law an impartial analysis. That analysis is required by law to be impartial. Any member of the public has an opportunity to challenge either the impartial analysis, the statements. Even when you ran and when I ran and we wrote our own statements, anybody has the legal right as part of the ROV process to challenge any of those, and the ROV will take that to a decision, a hearing, and a decision. So, and we've actually seen that in some other local races, not in city council, but we've seen it in local school board races where certain candidates' statements were challenged, and a decision was made to change either their professional designation or contents in their ballot statement. Nobody challenged the city attorney's impartial analysis. And I would find it very hard for anybody to challenge the city attorney's impartial analysis. I know there's questions out there to mislead people to make, to make it appear that it is not impartial. But if there are questions about the specific contents of the analysis itself, then I'm sure the city attorney can address those. But as far as the process goes from an election standpoint, any resident has the opportunity to challenge, and nobody did. So, I'm certain the city attorney can address the contents of the analysis itself. So comments, that it is impartial, I guess you can talk to him.
So one of the biggest question which is put forward is if you make a no vote on Measure C, it will go to at-large districts.
We're talking about Measure C when we're not to be talking about Measure C.
No, Madam Mayor, we are talking about one of the impartial so-called brochures sent by the city, and I'm trying to take a feedback, and it's not my question only.
It's your question right now?
It's a question from
City
the
Attorney,
transparency.
City Attorney, point of order. I just want to know, should we be talking about Measure C?
We can talk about Measure C. What we can't do is, we can talk about Measure C. It's something that was brought up by a member of the public. If you want to answer the question, we can answer the question. I can answer the question very simply. I wrote the impartial analysis and my impartial analysis is correct. The charter was not changed by the court order. The court order superseded what was in the charter, but it did not change the language of the charter, and that's why you all voted, all of you voted, to send this to a charter review committee so that the whole idea of the charter review committee was that we'd have a charter that people could read to know how we would do our elections. And that was the whole purpose of it, was so that we'd have a text in the charter under the home rule provisions of the state constitution so that we would know how we would do our elections moving forward. There's nothing political or anything else about it. That was the whole purpose of going to the charter review committee. And the whole purpose of doing a ballot measure was that's the only way to amend the charter, so that we would have our system of elections under district elections in the charter. So so it's an absolutely true statement, completely impartial, that if the ballot measure does not pass, the language of the charter remains the same, and it contains the words to have at-large elections by numbered seat. That's the language in the charter. And that's all that statement says.
And that's where I think we and a lot of residents are differing, because the page 9 of the judgment, I can probably display over here. Page 9 of the judgment clearly mentions several things that judges ordering the city to go for district elections. The first thing, very first line on that, can you scroll a little bit down? The very first line was that it is ordering the city to go for districts. And if you keep going down, it does mention the city charter is changed. The section 600 says, I'm changing from at-large to district election. And section 700.1 says designation of the seats is being changed. And going further up a little bit, it has specifically mentioned the city and the registrar of voters cannot hold at-large elections. It's prohibited from city and the registrar of voters to hold at-large elections. If you keep those things in mind, we are clearly in violation of what we are saying, that we'll go back to at-large elections. Because it specifically, even registrar voter cannot hold any at-large election in the city. The court judgment says that.
I understand the court judgment says that, but the court judgment does not say the city charter is hereby amended to read as follows.
It does say,
and so,
with all due respect.
Look, I'm not going to put in the impartial analysis all the different parameters of that this judgment is under appeal. It may go away. If the city wins the appeal, this judgment may go away.
And actually, I was the one.
And in that case, then it would go back to at large. That's the effect of what the judgment would be. I did not want to put that into the impartial analysis. I didn't want to get into all these different possibilities because I was afraid that might be confusing to people. And so I wanted to keep it simple. The language of the charter would not change if the ballot measure does not pass. That's all that was meant by that impartial analysis. And it's up to the people. We had people last night asking questions about, well, what do we do? What do we do if Measure C doesn't pass? If Measure C doesn't pass, we will have a charter that will rely solely on this judgment that's under appeal. I don't know how we're going to have our elections until the Court of Appeal rules. But the beauty of Measure C, which was what the Charter Review Committee wanted to do, was they wanted to have 6 district elections in 2020 so that no matter what happened under the appeal, people would have an idea of what the elections would be. That was the whole purpose of them having this transition period. They didn't want to disrupt the election before the November 2020 election.
And that's also I differ because it mentions only the sequence, so that that was defined for 18 and 20.
I'm just telling you what the Charter Review Committee said. I mean, I'm just saying what the Charter Review Committee said. That's all.
And you brought the appeal part of it, like we are under appeal.
Yeah.
And I was the one who was, when this was being discussed at the city council, I was the one, because we are talking about 2022 election, and I was the one said, hey, if appeal is going on, which will be decided soon, why don't we wait for the appeal to be decided before we spend all this money on the measure, basically? And if the appeal overrides this measure, or measure C, then this is a futile exercise, basically. Nothing. If we lose the appeal, this is a futile exercise, basically. So that
with all due respect, council member, your co-council members didn't go along with that sentiment. So this is what the ballot measure that's on the ballot.
Yeah, but I also say is that defining that no on measure C goes to at large is not what this judgment says.
Then people. The people with $600,000 to spend could have easily brought a lawsuit saying that it wasn't impartial, but they didn't. So if there were people out there that thought it was impartial, there was certainly enough money out there to bring that lawsuit.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to say that I believe that the only people that can change the charter are our voters. Our residents are the only way to change the charter. If there was a way for the council to change the charter, I would vote, let's extend our term limits, right? Let's take a vote, right? Councilmember Davis wants a raise, let's vote. There are built-in protections in our community. Our charter is our constitution. And the only way to change it is a vote of the people. And that's what we are attempting to do. Bring a charter change to the people. Similar to what we did on many other issues, including, Measure R, protecting all our parks and open space in the city. We went to the people. They voted. It's now in our charter. Right now, our charter hasn't changed. The judge did not change our charter. The only way it can be changed is by our voters. So anyway, I'm not.
Madam Mayor, let me.
Councilmember Chahal, can you please, finish up?
Now that you raised that question of that charter can only be changed by the council, I agree to that. But under section code.
No, I said the voters, not the council.
Yeah, voters, right. Okay, voters. Under government section 34886, and 29 cities in California, charter cities, have changed the election system to district by legislation, and I can prove that. Can we see that other one, the Palm Spring one? So here's the Palm. Can you scroll a little bit down so we can see the city of Palm Spring? So this is a city attorney of Palm Spring. It is a memo from them. And if you look at the memo, they have changed the charter according to Government Code Section 34886. And not only this one city, there 29 other cities in California have changed. And the CVRA Code 34886 specifically mentions if you use this code, the legislative body can change to district without going to the voters. And it's very clear. It's clearly written over there. And that's what I'm saying. That is not correct that we cannot change. We may not change the charter for other things, but under CVRA, we can change the charter legislatively. And if 29 cities are wrong, I would agree, they were wrong, and we cannot change it. But 29 cities, 21 by court order, and other on their own have done that. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, so we just have a basic disagreement on the city charter and the governance of the city. I believe that the city charter can only be changed by the people, and it only should be changed by the people. You were suggesting you take that right away from the people.
Only on this
and
one.
change it by council. Only on this
Only
one.
because the
only on this
but
one. Where
with the
does it
state
stop?
government, because state section.
Where does it stop?
No, state has specified. How come 29 have changed?
All right.
Are they- what they
Again,
are wrong?
basic disagreement.
Yes,
So
yeah, we can disagree.
That's fine.
That's perfectly fine. But there are 29 cities which have done that
I just
under this code.
All right. With all due respect, I do believe the charter was written for the people, by the people, for the people, and it's the people that change it, not 4 members of a city council at any given time, at any given date. That's not how it was, that's not what was written. That wasn't the intent of it, and I will stand by the fact that it's our residents that need to change it. So
And neither of us made that law, basically. That's a state law. Neither of us made that
It's
law.
not a state law, it's our
3486.
charter.
Yeah, state
So-
laws override the charter
All
for,
right,
that,
all
for
right.
that particular
Okay,
thing, ma'am.
I'm finished. Are you finished?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so, City Clerk, do you have any closing comments?
No, I think that's it.
Whoa, I'm shocked, but okay, let's move on.
I want to remind people
Thank you
that
very much
voting
for
is on
the-
March 3rd. So how about that for a closing comment?
Thank
so
you.
reminding everybody to vote on March 3rd for whatever you like.
Okay, whatever you like. All right, thank you. All right, next we have a public hearing, adoption of a resolution ordering the abatement of a nuisance consisting of growing weeds in association with the county weed abatement program. So I'm going to call the public hearing open, and I don't know is there someone giving a presentation on this?
J-Ray.
Thank you, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Ray, Deputy Fire Chief. The City of Santa Clara has participated in the County Weed Abatement Program for 42 years now. We do that because it's more economical than trying to abate weeds ourselves. The resolution that's before you tonight is required to be passed by council in order to declare weeds a public nuisance so that the county can proceed with abating weeds and essentially billing the property owners for that service. Mo Cumra from Santa Clara County is here and can answer specific questions about the process or the program. But we're one of 13 jurisdictions in the county that uses the county to address weeds, and we've been doing it since 1976.
Okay, what did we do prior to that?
I don't know.
I'm wondering. We let them grow. Okay. So we have a public hearing, and you said there's a representative from the county, but let's go to the public first, because I think we also have an objection letter as well. But we have, Councilmember Davis, you're first.
Oh,
Do you have a comment?
no.
Thank you. Betsy, Betsy Megas, if you'd like to come forward, please. And then anyone else that would like to speak on the issue after Betsy, welcome.
Good evening, Betsy Megas. I am a member of your Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. I am speaking for myself. While we are getting into the weeds, I would like to take the opportunity to talk about some weeds that don't seem to be getting very much attention. Just north of Homestead Road, the space around Santa Moss Trail widens out, and there's a strip of soil on either side of the trail. I reported the weeds there last summer when some of them were taller than me. And since then, multiple times, the city staff has cut them down, along with a clump of a plant called giant reed, or Rhododendron, which is an invasive species that Valley Water has been working to eradicate in Santa Moss Creek and elsewhere. I suggest that the city use this space to replace some of the trees that were removed in the process of widening the expressway and adding that segment of trail. Mulch and low-water landscaping would also help reduce weeds there and help activate the area. It would help discourage, I think it would help discourage some of the littering and graffiti that takes place there too. There's space to do some placemaking, maybe adding a bench or some public art and a trail map. I also suggest looking at opportunities to build in rainwater collection and percolation. The city assumed the upkeep of this space from the county after the roadway expansion was complete. I gather there is no irrigation in place yet, but there is a recycled water pipeline right along that stretch of Homestead, which I hope would be put to one more good use. I would add that there's maybe a little too late to get this together, but there is an Open Space Authority grant cycle starting again soon, which might offer some funding for a project like this if the city doesn't choose to fund it entirely.
Thank you very much, Betsy, for that. All right, anyone else? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, we had an opposition letter as well on this?
We did receive one objection today.
Okay, and there's someone from the county, if you'd like to speak, since you came all this way and waited for this item, we appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mo Cumry. I am the manager of the weed abatement program for Santa Clara County. And we contract with the city to perform the abatement services. The specific property that the appeal of inclusion in the program came to my office with a request that we present it to you, and I handed the exact document to the clerk. So we have not affected the way that it's worded.
Okay.
This property, the applicant stated that they bought the property in March and that they were never informed about the weed abatement program by the previous owner. Our records indicate that the previous owner was never on the weed abatement program. This property was not an issue in March. The compliance was in July when the weeds were so high you could barely see the house from the street. And I do have photographs if.
Does anybody want to see them? The high weeds?
However we
Yeah.
go about doing that.
We can pass them around up here.
So based on our records, that at the time that the property was added to the program, it did belong to this property owner, so no disclosure issues were involved.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Okay. All right. So I don't see anything else on that. I'm not sure how remind me how we vote on this. Let's start with Council, Vice Mayor Hardy, you have a question?
Yes, I was waiting to ask. There was a really good comment from one of the public that said, do we have a specific definition of a weed? I did not see that in any of the legislative text. I mean, we see it and it looks like a weed, but I just wondered, is there a definition? Also, do we have any mitigation situation for what about homeowners who are not able to do the work or pay for it if we have such a situation?
As far as a weed is concerned, we provide documentation to every property owner on the list that we've provided that explains grasses, flammable grasses and other vegetation could be qualified as weeds. As far as people who can get assistance if they can't afford it or they're physically unable to take care of that, there are nonprofit organizations that can help. The Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council, which is a nonprofit, does have a program that they've used in the past. We don't have anything. We're simply enforcing the fire standards, and that's all we can provide. But if a property owner were to contact us, we certainly could inform them of that one source we know of, the Fire Safe Council. And for the concerned citizen with the trail or any other location where they see fire hazards that might exist, we have an app. It's Weed Hazard. It's available in both the Google Store and Apple. It's free, and it allows not only for anyone to send us the information on a property, but they can include photographs directly with the application so that we can see exactly what they saw.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other council questions. Anything else, Jeremy?
Thanks. One clarification. The Santa Clara Firefighters Foundation has had a senior assist program for years, and one of the
Right.
things that they do is assist seniors or anyone else in Santa Clara who's unable to take care of yard maintenance and needs help. Anyone can contact the Fire Department administration for a referral to that program, and we're happy to help out. As far as the definition of a weed goes, this is just a fire hazard, so we don't really get into defining what types of plants. If they're dry and they're high enough and close enough to a structure to be a hazard, they need to be abated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So I don't see any other comments or questions. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Oh, Councilmember O'Neill, did you have any questions?
It's 11:30.
I'm fine with abating the weeds.
Okay, thank you. So a motion and second to close the public hearing. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's 11:30. She's got to be tired.
And that passes unanimously. So,
I'd like to make a motion for staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation to abate the weeds, and we have one objection, only one objection, is that it? And that was discussed earlier? Okay, so noting the one objection. So there's a motion to abate the weeds and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember O'Neill, motion to abate the weeds? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you for coming and thank you for the report. Thank you. Okay, next we have action on a resolution adopting the Santa Clara Pedestrian Master Plan. Good evening.
Yep, good evening, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And so tonight I'm here to present the pedestrian master plan. Before I get started with that, I just wanted to thank a few people. This was a huge effort, and we had a lot of feedback from the public, a lot of engagement. And from our staff, I wanted to thank Assistant Director Mike Liu and Principal Planner Carol Shariat for their effort. And then I also wanted to thank Alta Planning and Design, Jeff Knowles and his team for helping the city put this together. Thank the public for all the valuable input, the input from council and the mayor, as well as Vice Mayor Hardy in leading the BPAC and all the energy and effort that they put into the document. So in terms of agenda, I'm just going to go through the background, some of the outreach coordination that took place. We'll go through an overview of the plan and ultimately leave you with a recommendation. In terms of background, this all started back in 2017 through a Caltrans grant process. We were notified of being successful for the grant, and that went through the process, ultimately getting a notice to proceed from Caltrans in 2018, and then going through a formal RFP process to hire Alta, in which we came back to City Council to have that agreement approved. The overall purpose of the pedestrian master plan, I do want to point out that this is a first for the city. We currently don't have a PED master plan. And really the goal is to establish a long-term vision to improve walking as an active mode of transportation within the city of Santa Clara. Through the process, we determined options to help promote walking and wanted it to do in a safe manner. And what this allows us to do is puts us in a good position to obtain some grant funding to help complete projects associated with the plan. And I do want to point out that item down below on the slide, because this is an important one. Just because we're approving the plan tonight, does not mean we're approving the budget to carry out all the projects in the plan. And it doesn't mean that we're going to be approving all those projects. Some of the projects are going to require additional studies, additional input from the public, as well as the council. And at that time, we'd have to come back to see if we're going to move forward with any specific project. So that's kind of the standard caveat when doing the master plans, and we talked about that with the bike plan as well. So as I mentioned, in terms of overview, this is a long-range planning document, and it's striving towards a more walkable Santa Clara, and it's helping to encourage walking as a healthy, active mode of transportation. So in this document, we put together 6 chapters, and they go through a number of things. So one is the kind of what's happening in the city today in terms of pedestrian movement. So we go through the background of that, what the city has, what the needs are. We go through visions, goals, and objectives of the plan, as well as the extensive outreach that's been done. And so I'll go into that in a few slides. But outreach was a huge component of this plan. We spent a good part of the year doing that. We'll go into needs analysis, how we studied different options that were being recommended from the public or from staff, how we prioritized those, and how we ultimately came up with a list of projects and an implementation plan. So what does Santa Clara look like today in terms of pedestrian mode of transportation? Well, just under 4% of people use walking as a commute mode. Through this pedestrian plan, what we'd like to do in the next 8 to 9 years is increase that number to about 8%. But they do so through about 550 miles of sidewalks. And in that inventory of sidewalks throughout the city, about 80% of the city has sidewalks, and about 70% of those sidewalks have ADA curb ramps. The city has a number of pedestrian-related programs. So those you're familiar with, Safe Routes to School, the School Crossing Guard program, and then we also have the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the ADA Committee. So what is the vision of our plan? And this was an important part of it, and we underlined the major components of that vision. And you'll see it is a walkable, comprehensive network that's safe, convenient, comfortable, and it really caters to people of all ages and abilities. And as we laid out that vision, we then looked at the goals, and these are the goals that align with it. You see safe, comfortable, convenient, active, so it spurs an active mode of transportation. And a key thing is that it's implementable. So as we looked through the city and looked at options, that we developed a plan that were comfortable that could be implemented. Here's all the outreach that I had mentioned previously. So not only social media, online, websites, or surveys, but over 20 different encounters with the public, number of workshops, pop-up events, city walking tours, the Safe Routes to School program, and a number of meetings. So the information was invaluable. Getting that is essential to putting this plan together because it's not just about what the city staff wants, but it's about what the public wants, since we're going to be encouraging them to use it in terms of walking. A key component was looking at a needs analysis in terms of those projects. So we wanted to focus on locations that have the greatest need first. And in doing so, we looked at 4 components of walkability, and they line up with the goals in the vision as well. You see safety, comfort, convenient access, and then walkable land uses as we talk about urban areas, residential areas, and commercial areas. So a key part of this was when we analyzed the city is we were able to break it down into 9 key zones. And so you'll see up those in the map, and they're listed out there on the slide. So 3 of those areas were along El Camino Real. We broke that up into 3 corridors, the east, west, and the central. There's the downtown University area, the central Santa Clara area, Central Park and Kiley, Saratoga Creek, Scott and Monroe, as well as Rivermark and Lick Mill. And as we looked at those areas, there's 3 main categories of projects that came up in the recommendation process. So one was citywide type initiatives. So these were not specific to one area of the city. Things like Vision Zero, and that ties in with what was recommended in the bike plan. Safe Routes to School, mentioned that we do that now, but that was also a key consideration, as well as placemaking, wayfinding, and lighting. And then the next 2 categories were more specific improvements. So targeted improvements, or what we refer to as spot improvements, really focused in on crossings, signals, and transit stops. And then new improvements were things such as sidewalks and additional curb ramps. So when we looked at all of those projects, there was quite a few of them. We went through a criteria that ALTA set up in terms of how do we rank these, how do we prioritize these. And again, it was getting feedback from the community and then going through the ALTA process for ranking them. But safety and collision reduction was a key component, pedestrian comfort, pedestrian accessibility, things that the community wanted. That was another key one. consistency with some of the city's other plans, with the ADA transition plan, the bike plan, as well as the trail master plan, and then what types of projects we felt were feasible. So in looking up at this chart here, this identifies those three categories, so the spot improvements, the sidewalks, and the curb ramp improvements. And you'll see there's two columns, the number of projects and construction costs, and those are in 2019 dollars. And in those two columns to the right, you will see the total number of projects in black. So you'll see 382 total projects that were identified. And in the cost column, that corresponds to just about $200 million worth of projects. So there's a lot of them. And going through that priority criteria, we were able to prioritize 79 of those for about $60 million. And taking a look at the spot improvements by the priority, the pedestrian priority zones that I mentioned earlier, this is how those broke down. So you can see there's 112 spot improvements that were prioritized, and 31 of those were priority projects. So if you look at the numbers, downtown University area, the El Camino area, Central Park and Kylie Boulevard had numbers in the high priority areas that were, a little bit above the rest. So when we look at all those projects and the spot improvements, as I mentioned before, there's a couple different categories for them. So the first category was looking at crossing improvements. And what we look at those, you see in the picture at the top there of a curb extension. So some of the improvements that can be done are to shorten up the crossing distance, make it safer for people to cross. Also, things like that calm traffic, so they help lower speeds that vehicles are traveling. So that's one of the components that we look at, as well as reducing curb radiuses, so that helps shorten distances as well for crossing, and it provides more visibility to pedestrians. We look at things like the right turn slip lane redesign. So those are kind of the free right turns that you'll see with pork chop islands. We look at projects to reduce speeds of vehicles, to increase visibility for pedestrians, and then also in some cases you'll see projects that actually remove those pork chop islands and extend the sidewalk and the curb return out to, again, try and reduce crossing lengths and increase visibility. We utilize high visibility crosswalks. You'll see in the bottom right picture an example of those. We've seen those through the city. We want to continue the use of them, as well as the installation of pedestrian refuge islands. And really what those are, for streets of multiple lanes and a long crossing, you want to provide a refuge so it gives people some comfort once they get out into crossing and into traffic, that if they see cars or they don't feel comfortable, maybe they're tired, they have a place to seek refuge before they make the final crossing. The second part of the spot improvements are signal related. And so we look at a list of these here. Some of the items that we can do are PED countdown. So you see those on some of the intersections where the countdown 20, 19, 18 tells people how long they have to cross. There's also motion sensors. So on the bottom left of the screen, you see a picture of those. And what those do is they can sense pedestrians that are crossing, and they can also sense them while they're crossing. So they're active. They can spur a pedestrian, walkability sign, but they also can add to the duration. So if someone's still in the middle of the crosswalk, they'll get a little more time to cross. We utilize rectangular rapid flashing beacons, so that's one of the options that are out there. There's a picture of that in the top left. Those are pedestrian activated, and it's the flashing LEDs that notify traffic that, hey, someone's trying to cross, people will slow down and stop. We utilize Hawks here in Santa Clara. That was one of the items we've also looked at, so the red flashing lights to get people to stop. And then also looking at areas that are intersections, maybe they don't have a stop sign or they don't have a signal, but we can look at doing warrants to see if there is a stop or a signal warranted. So in terms of the next steps of the PED plan, so ultimately we'd like to gain the approval of council here tonight, and that really puts us in a good position, as I mentioned, to get funding through the grant process. We also look at proposing projects through the capital project budget cycle. those will come through to council for approval as well. And then I just wanted to reiterate that some of these projects are going to require additional studies, are going to require additional funding and review before we move forward with them. So I'll leave you with our recommendation. So staff is recommending that you adopt the resolution to adopt the City of Santa Clara's first pedestrian master plan. And that completes the presentation, and we're available for questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm going to start with Councilmember Davis.
Oh, thank you, Craig. I got to witness a really bizarre incident that happened. I was coming across Homestead and San Tomas Expressway, and it's becoming a little higher walkability area because of the library. And but what I saw was people were coming from a residential apartment area to get down to Mariposa to go shopping. And this man was walking across the street on San Tomas, and this guy came alongside of me, and he just ripped through because he wanted to get on San Tomas Expressway. So the man that was walking across the street, big burly guy, was not happy and was very angry with his verbiage. And I just had to laugh because I was like, oh my gosh, he could have been hit, but he was so angry that the guy didn't even go to the stop sign. I mean, well, it's not a stop sign, but it's that turn, it's the old, he just kept going. He didn't even care that this guy was walking in the street. Behind him was a woman in a baby carriage. So this guy had the right of way, this car did not. But the timing of the lights, I think, is making people angry because they don't have enough time to get across. And the drivers are like, well, wait a minute, you're in the middle. He was in the middle. He should have went all the way across. People don't understand they have to stop. So I don't know how that is that county timing on that light?
So when we get into San Tomas, there's coordination with the county. That's correct.
Okay, that is, and sometimes I know that it is a 4-minute light and people do get impatient, but at the same time, we have to be careful. There are people, and I hear about it all the time in San Jose, bikers are getting hit, people are getting run over. I mean, it's sad. I don't want to hear about it in Santa Clara. So I'm really concerned that, I want to approve this and I want to move forward because I want to find out how we can structure this and get people to walk, because I think they want to walk, but they don't feel safe. And I think that is the biggest objection that I'm seeing right now. It's like, yeah, I'll go out on a bicycle, but they're afraid. Or I'll walk my kid and the dog, and they're still afraid. So we have like two things. We want them to walk. We want to make it walkable. But at the same time, there's a lot of fear still out there. So how do we manage that?
Sure, and that is one of the primary goals of this pedestrian master plan is trying to increase comfort and safety. So a lot of those spot improvements that you saw mentioned, whether it's for crosswalks or for signals, are trying to improve safety. The incident you described, unfortunately with so many people in a hurry these days, so many people distracted on phones. We have a lot in the plan. I think there's a lot of projects and a lot of things that we can do, but ultimately it is challenging to try and get people's attention where it should be, and that is on the road, to pay attention to what they're doing, pay attention to pedestrians and signals as well. That is not only within the city of Santa Clara, that's everywhere. I think I saw some statistics on Vision Zero, even in the city of San Jose. They had passed a Vision Zero, went through with that plan, and their numbers have actually ticked up a little bit. So I think it speaks volumes to some of the behaviors out there that is difficult to change. But with this PED plan, like I said, we have a number of improvements that help build the safety that try and improve those things.
And the other thing is, there is a distractive ordinance. I think, Dan, you might know about that, that we could put into our city. It's for distractive drivers, and we penalize them. I think it's a higher offense where you can catch them on the iPhones or whatever they're doing, because they're the ones that are creating a lot of the hassles for a lot of people. So I'm just wondering if maybe we could look at that as part of this. You didn't kind of bring that up, but it's an ordinance. I think Smidian was working on it through the county. Do you know about that, Dan? Okay. We talked about it in Cities Association, so I was like wondering if that's something else, if we start putting in something that has some teeth to it, to stop the people from doing some of the things that they are doing within our city limits, so, okay. But thank you for I would love to approve this and make a motion to approve you when it comes time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. First off, I don't want to take credit. Councilmember O'Neill did the heavy lifting. I just got to be there to put the whipped cream and the cherry on top. So I'm really excited about this. We've worked hard on it. There's been a lot of input from the committee. I will tell you, it's painful to me when just 2 weeks ago we had a student hit out in front of on Monroe. Fortunately, it was a broken leg. And then this past week we had a student from Santa Clara killed, pedestrian. And we want to make it safer. We want to do everything we can. And part of it is structural, and part of it is teaching. Part of it is part of the attitude. And we want it to be safe. We want it to be a place where people feel like they can walk. And I feel like this is going to start us with this vision. It's the first one ever. So I'm excited about that. Thank you for all your help.
Yes, and thank you for the thank you to Councilmember O'Neill. Duly
Hear
deserved.
that?
So
Did you
yes,
hear
thank
that,
you up there
Councilmember
wherever
O'Neill?
you are.
Thank you very much.
All right, just checking.
She's up there somewhere.
I'm still here.
We'll periodically check to make sure you're paying attention. Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this report, Director Moback. I was just at the Senior Advisory Committee yesterday, and this actually came up as part of the discussion, and they were just expressing, their concerns. And I guess there's an area right down there near the Senior Center off of Monroe, and I see one of the pedestrian priority zones is Scott and Monroe, and hopefully it's near the senior center. I guess there's a crossing right near there that they don't feel safe. The seniors don't feel safe.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think that was the one that
Yeah.
got brought up in priority session, and I'm glad or happy to report that we have looked at that, and staff is going to be working to install a crosswalk at that location adjacent to the senior center.
Wonderful, good. And then I know we've talked a lot about Lick Mill and Rivermark and that stretch of road. So I know the Hawk Signal is currently being worked on, and at Lick Mill Park, the crossing there as well. And so I'm glad to see, because I hear from a lot of folks that they do like to walk, and I like to walk. So it's nice to be able to feel like, you're in a, where you're walking is safe. And also just attending this, a committee that I'm on, and everybody's been working on their bike ped plans and their pedestrian plans, and I sit there and I'm like, we're working on it, so now we can say we finally have a plan, so it'll be nice to be able to say that Santa Clara has done its job, so thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Moback, for the report, right? I appreciate going to the projects. Like I saw there are 382 projects with $119 million of investment need as of current dollars. So that's a huge amount. I don't know where we'll get. But coming back to the priority ones, we have 79 priority ones with $60 million. Do we have any timeline, like if we take a very optimistic view of that, okay, whatever grants are available, how soon can those 79 be fulfilled?
Well, I think in the report, we made some, I'll say, pretty aggressive goals to try and get that done. Was it 7 years or something like that? People wanted to embrace some big goals to help drive funding, to help drive getting grants. It's really kind of two things. One, how much grant money is available. Right now I don't have the exact figures of all the grant opportunities. In the report lists a number of grants that potentially we could apply for when they're active. And so we will be doing that. And then also looking at developer projects. If there's projects in the area that are going to be impacting these things, we can look at and those projects and helping to build them, as well as the TIF. But I don't have any specific timeframes associated on when we'll exactly get all these done, just because of the whole budgeting component of it. It is significant, as you mentioned, and this really is a master plan to help kind of guide us through that process.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. My other comment is I recently read an article, Oslo in Norway. In 2019, they had a Vision zero fatalities in their bicycle as well as pedestrian. I would suggest, like, if you can look at the more details how they achieved that thing, that would be nice. Like, if you can implement some of their findings, like how they did it, it would be great if you can learn from their experience. Maybe some of those things may be pretty simple to implement, not from cost prohibitiveness, but I would suggest if you can look at that, how they did it, that would be great. On priority, I know this, what Councilmember Watanabe mentioned near the senior center. I attended the senior center, and that was one of the priorities. There is another priority, which is, you mentioned Harrison and Scott. That is like several times some residents have complained that's a very dangerous crossing right now with all the traffic from Target and Scott. So is that on the radar to fix, something to be done with that?
Yes, we're very active in terms of responding to concerns and in some cases complaints from the public. That particular area was brought up. We did go through, do all the studies. We're going to be coming back to council with a recommendation in the April timeframe.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, we've done a lot of background work on that, and we're ready to propose something.
Oh, okay, so that's one of the top priorities right now.
Yeah, that came through even prior to finalizing this plan through a separate measure. Yeah.
And I know this plan is set in stone right now, but let's say out of these 79, we have some other like spot which needs attention and it's not on that 79. We'll be flexible to look at those going down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's always flexibility if something else pops up to take a look at it and see where it ranks, for sure.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you, Craig, for this excellent report. We're just going to have to figure out where we get the money to pay for all of this, so we have to start getting very, very creative. Okay, so I'm going to go to the audience now. I have Betsy, if you'd like to come forward, and then I don't have any other cards after that, so if you'd like to speak, you can just queue up right after Betsy. Hi.
Good evening. I'm still Betsy Magus. I'm still speaking for myself. I hope we can all agree that even one traffic fatality is one too many. Reading from the press release, witnesses reported that the Honda had a solid green light to continue through the intersection. The pedestrian was crossing Agnew Road, Lafayette, westbound against the do not walk sign. We cannot bring back 15-year-old Isaiah Pacheco. We cannot build out every lapse in judgment or attention. We can build our city so it is much safer for everybody. We can build crosswalks where pressing a crosswalk button doesn't result in a 4.5-minute wait. We can build streets where the posted speed limit isn't 40 miles per hour and the practiced speed isn't 55. We can build streets with safer, more inviting, and more accessible sidewalks and crosswalks so that more people are comfortable walking and more drivers expect and respond correctly to people outside of cars. I encourage you all not only to pass this pedestrian plan tonight, but also to make it a priority to implement both this plan and the bicycle plan. That includes allocating money. That definitely includes building new developments with pedestrian and bicycle safety and comfort in mind. That may include making some unpopular choices. Let's do all we can to make sure the next fatal traffic collision doesn't happen.
Thank you. Thank you for those words. Anyone else? Okay, council.
Motion to approve resolution adopting the Santa Clara pedestrian master plan.
And referring this to our budget
That's where it's
for
going.
action items in the budget. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any questions? Councilmember O'Neill, any questions?
No,
Comments?
I'm glad that we're finally getting the plan completed, because a lot of times you don't make progress until you put a plan in place.
Right, there needs to be a plan. All right, thank you so much. So we have a motion and a second. Please register your vote. Councilmember O'Neill?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the report. Excellent work. All right, next, we have report on illegal street racing and sideshow activity. Assistant Chief Winter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dan Winter, Assistant Chief of Police. Before we get started, I also wanted to thank some folks that got us here to where we are tonight. I'd like to thank the consultant and his team. I'd like to thank Cynthia Bajorkas and Nancy Thome from the City Manager's Office, and Carolyn McDowell out of the Police Department, as well as all the citizens that have provided us input into the study and have continued to give us information on where this activity is occurring. For tonight, we're going to give you a little bit of background. We have the consultant here to give you a presentation on the study that was conducted, and then we have some staff recommendations to go over. So on April 9th, Council directed the City Manager return to Council with information and analysis on how we can curtail this problem from occurring in Santa Clara. They then initiated a statement of qualifications process, and on June 21st, we entered into an agreement with Matrix Consulting Group to conduct this study. The purpose of the study is that we can just get a full understanding of the problem that's occurring here in Santa Clara, identify the current laws and how we can enforce those, and then really to look at other cities and what are other cities in the area doing to combat this program and out of the area. I think the consultant will tell you that he's looked at nationwide the issue. And then identify some short-term and long-term strategies so that we can fix this problem, or at least curtail the problem here in Santa Clara. So with that, I will bring up John Scruggs from the Matrix Consulting Group to tell you about the study.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Scruggs.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm John Scruggs from Matrix Consulting Group, and I'll go through a short presentation, which is on your screen. I'd also like to thank the city staff. They're very helpful and really gave us a lot of access and helped us move this process along. And we had a lot of good public input as well, which was very helpful. So the purpose of the study was to better understand illegal street racing and sideshow activity specific to Santa Clara. As we did this study, looking nationwide, we actually saw different patterns where you go. There are some similarities, but we were looking specifically for here. To identify current laws as it relates to this activity, to review how other cities in the Bay Area are addressing similar issues in their communities, and to identify short-term, long-term strategies to discourage illegal activity, street racing activity in Santa Clara. I think I'm going the wrong way. Hang on, sorry. All right, there we go. Oh, better picture too. So, all right. So going back over Dan's slide there, Chief. So assessment, we reviewed current CAD data, arrest data relating to street racing, input from the police department, development of hotspot mapping, develop and complete understanding of areas impacted. It occurs citywide, but we did notice there were trends of where it was more impactful to the community. Identify possible solutions that worked in the past or currently regionally and nationally, and preparation of a comprehensive solution. So we got extensive input from the department personnel, as I mentioned already, from face-to-face interviews. We reviewed all the computer-aided dispatch for a 6-month period of time, looking for calls that would specifically be related to potential illegal street racing activity. An online community survey was conducted. Obviously, it's not a scientific method, but we did get a lot of input on that survey and a lot of ideas to follow up on. And then we did in-person interviews going door to door in the areas in the city that were shown to be most impacted by illegal street racing. We reviewed your prior ordinance that you had in the early 2000s and then looked at some other ones in the area. And we collaborated with city and staff as we were along the process, giving them our draft reports as we're looking and discussing different methods that we were looking at in our analysis to the point. So one of the major findings is that in Santa Clara, there are really two different types of street racing occurring on a regular basis. During the study period, as we'll show in a later slide, during a 6-month period, there were 73 identified incidents. However, we also know there's very low reporting on illegal street racing activities. So if there's 73, there's obviously a lot more than that going on. And those two types of illegal street racing are planned and unplanned. And they have different ways they impact the community and different ways that you can actually try to combat them. So with unplanned, that's two people that may know each other, may have come from the same party, may have done something else, and they just decide they're gonna conduct an illegal street race, maybe at a stop sign, they'll just do that. And then there are planned events, and as well known, I think it was even in the media just a couple of weeks ago about some activity in San Francisco, but this is happening all over this Bay Area. And these planned events, they're using social media, texting, other ways of communicating. They're going to a gathering spot, and then they decide where they're going to go do racing. And they choose areas specifically for the environment that that is conducive to illegal street racing, generally. We know that through our analysis that because we know when time frames for the organized street racing generally occurs, we know that the unplanned, spontaneous street racing actually occurs more frequently than the planned. We know that the street racing, and this is probably no great news or surprise to anybody here, but we know that in the area of Lafayette Street and Calle de Luna and also Camino Real and Loras Expressway are the two areas most heavily impacted by illegal street racing. In our analysis and talking with many people, noise is actually the most common complaint. And most residents, respondents to the online survey believe that police they won't call because they think it's ineffective. And to some extent, there's some value to that input, which is when you call 911 or you call to report it, the response time to the time the officer gets the call to depending on where they're at and then they drive there, that could be minutes. I mean, in a well-organized city with very good police coverage, you're talking 5 minutes response time, 60 miles an hour, 1 minute, mile, you're gone. So they are quite true of that unless the officer happens to be really close by. And most respondents support increased enforcement followed by the use of technology. Though, as I said earlier, though illegal street racing occurs in most parts of the city, there are areas where the higher concentration activity. We noticed nationally, we went to a bunch of different websites, we talked to a bunch of different folks, and there really isn't academic research to say this one thing will definitely lower your incidence of illegal street racing. It's got to be a combination of things, and very few things have actually been researched and tested saying, hey, we implemented this city ordinance, or we did this policy, or we decided to do this kind of patrol, and we really reduced it. So there's not a lot out there for that. The physical environment can have an impact on illegal street racing. The organized events tend to like areas that are industrial, where there's very low visibility, very few people to see or report or call in. It gives them time, and they like places where there's more escape routes. They also like places where there's 2-lane streets going the same direction, or 2 lanes going the same direction. Interesting enough, there was construction on Lafayette about a year ago, which cut down 1 lane, and you can actually look at your CAD data, and you had fewer complaints that there in that period of time. And people that we talked to also reported the same thing, that when it was reduced to 1 lane, they had less activity. And then most law enforcement agencies are reactive to illegal street racing, meaning that they get the call and they respond to that. A couple are doing, proactive stuff where they can try to, use human intelligence or other ways to figure out where they might be and, do a pre-planned event. But more likely is it's a call response to some kind of activity that they'll go to. So this is a little small on the screen, but this calls for service data that we looked at. To highlight here, what you can see is the most common day for street racing is actually Sunday. But that's partly because if you look at that 12 o'clock hour, the first hour into Sunday is including that. So Saturday night, Sunday are really two of your most busy days for illegal street racing. No surprise, that's when there's parties, that's when people get together, that's when people are out of school and not working. But that's definitely when your problem area is, and it's in the later evening hours into overnight. This map shows you where the concentration of illegal street racing is, and this is reported. Again, we think the number is low because we know in our online survey, most people don't call because they don't think it's going to be effective. But you can see the concentration there up in Lafayette and then also on right by the Lawrence Expressway there. And this is where the call originates from, so it not necessarily doesn't intersect on the street where it might be occurring. And what we found also from doing a lot of people hear it, but don't necessarily see it. So they don't know the extent of if it's 2 cars, 4 cars, unless on Lafayette where we actually had witnesses saying they heard one race and then another race and then another race. So in the last 12 months on the online survey, we asked people, in the last 12 months, have you witnessed illegal street racing? 27% said they had. So, and we didn't really define that down for them, but that could have been 2 cars racing on a freeway on the 101 or 237 or on our neighborhood street. So we didn't define it for them, but that's a pretty high. 1 in 4 says they've seen it. And here again, was the activity reported to police? Yes, 18%. So what we're seeing there is, you know, a large majority of folks don't even bother to call. And if they witnessed it, they reported in a neighborhood area. And this actually goes back to our original data and our thought process on this, which is that that's probably not an organized street racing event. That's just 2 cars or somebody racing on a residential street versus an organized event because they tend to avoid residential areas. And then business or manufacturing was 26%. We asked the community on the online survey the best way to reduce illegal street racing. 65% thought increased enforcement, 45% thought technology way to go. Physical changes to the roadway, 28%, and additional city ordinances at 13%, almost 14%. Business outreach, this is kind of an interesting story. We tried to do this by calling, and today's modern spam calling, it didn't quite work out, so we went door to door instead. Got a better result that way. And in doing that, we found that 81% or 82% of businesses were aware it was occurring in their area. In fact, many of the business owners we talked to could tell us exactly how it was occurring. But most of them reported that it didn't really impact their business. And if there was an impact, most of it was actually noise. So we researched potential solutions. You know, many different approaches have been taken, but the effectiveness of many of the approaches have not been proven. We've seen everything from cities that have put in rumble strips to speed bumps to, you know, signage to more enforcement. Most of those have not been tracked. A few things that we'll mention later on as potential solutions, we did see that there was some kind of scientific evidence it at least reduced speed. The most common solution used was specific ordinances to enhance police enforcement of spectators and participants. And potential solutions really fell into 4 general categories, and that was legislative, enforcement, engineering through traffic engineering, and then the use of technology. So legislative solutions is enact an ordinance to address illegal street racing and sideshows. What we found is some of your communities nearby have done this. And one of the things is it gives the police one additional tool to address the spectators. So a lot of folks who participate in this, they do it to show off. And if you can gather a crowd there to watch, that's useful. And sometimes there's very little to go on with outside the ordinance, a local ordinance to address that, because they're not driving a vehicle, they're standing there. And, you know, there's free speech, free gathering, there's some other things. So local ordinances tend to be more effective. And then develop a strategy to enable speed camera enforcement at the state assembly. One of the things we did when we did the research was we did find that there was a proposal that at the state level that was going to allow for speed enforcement cameras. And what speed enforcement cameras are, they're a camera set up with a radar that you would put over a roadway. They detect the speed of the vehicle, they measure it, take a picture of it, and then also the vehicle registration. And the way it is done in many places is not a ticket actually issued to the driver, it's to the vehicle, almost like a parking citation. So you're not getting into having to prove any kind of driving, you're proving that the vehicle is going over the posted speed. Most places set that at like 11 miles an hour over the speed limit. That is the only one solution we found that's scientifically proven. It's been studied and tested in a number of different places. However, currently in California, that's not a viable option. However, long-term, with working with our cities, we think there is a potential, since it has been brought up at the state level before. Solution number 3 is use overtime to address illegal street racing on weekend afternoons or evenings when pre-event intelligence would suggest it would be more beneficial. As we said, the organized street racing we know is generally occurring in the afternoon to evening hours. We generally know where it's occurring. What day it's going to occur exactly, we don't know, but there are ways you could work with some other cities who are actually doing some proactive stuff and maybe figure that out. I mean, we know right now that they're meeting and locating in a couple different areas, one in Milpitas and one here, before they actually do their races here. Yeah. Assign street racing cases to the traffic unit for follow-up. Some of that is being done already, but we've talked to some folks who say once they get a complaint and if they get video or a license plate, they may assign that out to the traffic investigation unit to do follow-up. And even if the case isn't successful, the fact you track down the potential offender, because a lot of the folks that are participating in this are 18 to 25-year-olds. Some of them don't own their own cars. Sometimes it's mom and dad's car. So even just starting an investigation may lead mom and dad to change the policy on who gets to drive the car and when. CHP offers a class on illegal street racing and sideshows. It's a free class. It's 8 hours. It goes over all the city or all the state laws that can be used, all the methods that they currently use. And it seems to be a well-received and very effective class. It gives the officers more tools and know what to look for in enforcing laws that are already on the books, actually. Number 6 was draw attention to the dangers of illegal street racing by use of social media. As the survey pointed out, a lot of folks aren't even aware it's an issue or don't think it's an issue or it just doesn't rise to attention. And so we haven't really given it a lot of attention, but here we're finding every day, if you look around the country, or there's someone injured in a street racing event. And so it's just a matter of time. It puts the whole community at risk, but we don't really publicize that, and I think that some kind of impact as far as social media outreach make it more of an issue to folks. It may make parents more aware that their kids may be using the car to do that. It may bring them a conversation. It makes the public aware it's something you're trying to work against. And obviously, even with your previous presentation about talking about pedestrian safety, this dovetails right into that. And then add street signs to areas where illegal street racing is occurring. We're thinking once you get a city ordinance and or if you go that route, that you post what the city ordinance says, what the penalties are. You're making drivers aware, and even the extra signage will, I think, help identify folks who may say, "Oh, yeah, I know street racing is occurring. It's an issue. I'm going to call and make I guess, a more concerted effort and give your law enforcement a better opportunity to actually respond to those events." And as we pointed out, here's the areas where we think those signs would probably be most effective, because that's where the highest concentration of reported illegal street racing is occurring.
I want to say it's Great America Parkway, and I think it's El Camino near Halford. Is it Halford?
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point that out, that it's
okay.
And it's Great America Parkway.
No,
and
actually, it's Great American
it's Great America
Way.
A Great American Way.
Great American
The
Way,
side
it's that
street.
side street that cuts over.
Okay.
Lafayette. Yeah.
All right.
It's an escape route.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's Halford. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. That's my bad on the first one. Yeah.
All right. Added solution identified number 8 was add 2 additional fixed post ALPR, which are automatic license plate reading systems. You already have some of those on your vehicles here. with speed measuring on Lafayette north of the golf course pedestrian bridge there. And then one system for northbound travel, one system for southbound travel. We find that is really the highest impact area for illegal street racing right now. And then also speed warning signs in conjunction with that. Not posting an entire speed, what people are going. Some of those signs will say you're going 79 miles an hour. We wouldn't recommend that. We would recommend if you're going a certain amount over, it tells you to slow down and doesn't post the speed, because that may give them an encouragement to actually see how fast they can get on the radar. And then here's something, as we did our site surveys and we drove around the city to look for areas where we thought the most potential would be, we noticed that the area Lafayette and Calle del Mundo is actually slated for redevelopment. Some of that is residential mixed use. So actually, over time, that area would be less desirable for illegal street racing, because they want to be a place where there's very few witnesses, that they can gather, that there's nobody going to call in. Interesting enough, in our walk through that particular industrial park, we actually found someone who sort of lives there and gave me a step-by-step process of what exactly occurs on the days there's illegal street racing. He doesn't call, he has occasionally, but he actually says, yeah, they send 2 people out, they go through the parking lot, they set up, they get on the phone to make sure it's clear, then they go, and he's identifying all the little things that happen, who goes out and marks streets, how they block it, and then you go about their way. So it was a play-by-play book, detail exactly of how it's occurring. And so what we're saying is, when there's more development there, or there's more residents in that area to call in, it's going to be actually a less desirable location to do it.
Can I ask you before you go on, the other area on El Camino and Halford is all residential, but it's happening there, so why is it there?
I think what's happening there is really on the Lawrence Expressway for the most part, and I also think it is speeding once they come off the Lawrence Expressway and go in the neighborhoods. I don't think it's as much organized street racing there as it is the unorganized, spontaneous. We do know they gather at the Starbucks lot there before these events. Actually, it's interesting, there's more than one group that actually gathers at that same Starbucks. There's a group of older folks who drive my cars, but they're not generally in the middle of organized street racing, and then there's a younger group. But they both use that same lot. And right in front of the big lots there in Starbucks.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, I know it's a long night for you all, so I'm open for questions.
Let me see here. Oh, sorry, I got knocked out of my thing here. Councilmember Davis and then Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thanks for the report. I just find it interesting that they seem to pick the areas that are dark, but they do have that escape route out there, because they can get on 237 and they're gone. So, and I know that's Kathy's territory, and this is kind of her thing. The camera thing, you said that they won't allow it in California, because they have them in New York when you go through the toll booths. And I know my dad, 88 years old, got a ticket because he went too quick through the toll booth, and they read your license plate. And so why we can't do that, I don't understand, because like you said, they tag the car, not the person who's driving it.
Yeah, well, that went in when you started doing red light enforcement. That was specifically one of the things they actually wrote in that statute at the time, was it didn't allow speed enforcement. It was limited to that. And why you haven't progressed on that, but the other states are like you, that they don't allow it yet.
Because to me, it would be the simple answer for that area up there until the development goes through, because that's like a phased project. But like you said, they like the 2-lane road. If there's some way that we can, I don't know, Chief, if we can cut them off at the knees somehow, if it's, like you said, when they were under repair, the 1 lane went down, so it less street racing, so.
And overall, obviously, that's a long haul to work with other cities to get that through, and your local legislators, but that actually contributes to your Vision Zero as well. I mean, speed is the ultimate decider of fatalities. The higher the speed, more likely fatalities even for pedestrians. So with the kind of speed reduction program, if you use those kind of cameras on spaces where people really do go way fast, you're not going to affect illegal street racing. You'll affect the folks who are just blatantly really speeding.
Well, I do hear them on Lawrence Expressway, and it's usually early morning hours. Somebody's got a nice new car, and I guess they decide they're going to drag race. There's not any people around. The only thing is walls and trees, and we've already had a couple of fatalities, with people smacking into trees on actually San Tomas Expressway. I remember that one. That was pretty bad.
And I think the reported there too is Lawrence Expressway, but the sound carries. They modify these cars so much that they're much louder than a normal car. So that sound actually carries. So you do have that residential area, and I think they are more likely to call, but I don't think it's as much on the residential streets. I think there is some, but I think they're just really, flying down Lawrence Expressway.
Yeah, they're looking to beat the light or whatever. So you're saying that we can't use the camera thing? It's not. In the state of California, okay.
Yeah, it's a long-term solution. You're going to have to work through a legislative process on that.
Okay, well, thank you for your report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy.
I was just thinking that we talked about our lobbyist. Maybe that's something we can talk to them in Sacramento about, that if it's the only thing that is statistically shows that makes a difference. I find it interesting you talked about that parking lot there by Starbucks in front of Big Lots, because that's the grocery store I've gone to for years. And I've been told by high school students that that's where they meet. And they've been doing that for years because that parking lot will be filled the later it gets on a Friday night or a Saturday night. And if we know that, maybe this is a question for Dan. I even asked my daughters who were out there one night going to the grocery store late. They said, "Oh, there's police officers all over there trying to do something about this." So you feel like it's more this? It sounded more like you thought it was the spontaneous problems coming off Lawrence Expressway, but then it sounds like it's more organized, starting at the parking lot.
So I can answer part of that, I think, for the chief.
Yeah.
And then you can answer. So that is where organized illegal street racing is meeting, but they're actually not usually doing their races in that area. They're actually going there, and then a lot of times they'll go there pre-planned and then go somewhere else. However, there's also, in our observations there are a lot of high school kids who go there, but are not involved in any illegal activity and are not racing. So it's really a hodgepodge of folks. If you actually watch that area for a while, which we did, we went there on Friday and Saturday nights just hoping. In fact, we interviewed an illegal street racer as part of this project that happened to self-identify and gave us some insight as well. But there are multiple groups that actually use that lot and meet there, and not all of them are illegal street racers. I think that, the local PD here in Santa Clara, I think their officers are aware of it as well. I think they give it an extra attention. We found that through our meetings and discussions. But the actual activity they're doing there isn't unlawful. They're just there, and then they go somewhere else. So you could go there and give a presence, but that's really not where they're doing their activity for the most part, unless it's the spontaneous type, which we're seeing more on a Lawrence Expressway. Does that make sense?
And you think it's the turnoff there on Lilac and Halford, that the residents that are hearing that late at night that are reporting that, and that's why you have that as the hot spot?
Absolutely. That's what we think the CAD data shows us.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Scruggs. It's good to see you again. I've been waiting for this report, and so I'm really glad that you brought it forward tonight. Because I live in the area where a lot of this is happening. And so I'm really happy to see some of the data that you were able to collect. I remember when the online community survey went out. Do you recall about how many surveys, how many people responded to the survey?
I haven't reported. It's 200 something.
200.
I can look it up real quick for you. But it is in the entire report. It's get to the page here real quick. 275 responses.
Wonderful. Okay. That's good. I wish as many people that responded would call, but I understand. Let me see, some of my other comments. Yeah, 73 incidents in 6 months, no, there's definitely, people are not calling in. And it's sad, and because people, like, have said to me, I don't think anything can be done about this because it's hard to enforce, and, people calling in. I mean, I've heard people racing, like, it's like a mile, 2 miles from my house. I can hear it clearly, especially if the windows are opened. And I'll just, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've got my phone, and I'll look at my phone, and somebody's written, are they racing out there? What should I do? Is anybody calling the police? And I'm like, come on, don't ask. Just, you think, just do it. But people just don't know what to do sometimes. And so anyway, but you're absolutely right. The most impacted area is the industrial area. We've got a gentleman in the audience who will most likely speak to that. And also regarding the street racing on Lafayette, definitely I heard that from the city manager that when the lane closing had occurred, that it definitely did cut down on complaints. From talking to residents that have been impacted, I've heard that like the most of these incidents happen like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So it looks like that's definitely shows up on the service data report that you have. I definitely agree with the survey and the business outreach. Regarding legislative solutions, enacting an ordinance, because like you mentioned, there was a previous ordinance done in 2004. I mean, can that be, can we can write that, or the city can write that in a way that like has really good teeth in it, and that will make a difference in terms of impact and enforcement? I mean, have you seen that happen? Like,
Yeah, in fact, we attached this report as the one that San Jose did, so,
Okay.
parodying that. I wouldn't recommend redoing the one you had in 2004. And one of the issues with that is you named specific streets.
Right.
And, this is something that could move from one street to another.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you named a number of streets where it could be applied, where the police could come just shut down the street. And that, that's kind of a good idea if you knew it was always going to be those streets, but we're finding they'll move. And as soon as you did that, I mean, these folks know your city council rules and laws here too. So they go, yeah, you can't do it on Lafayette. They got a city council rule on that, so law. So we're going to move it over to this street. And you'd be chasing versus if you did it near the way San Jose did it, directed at the vehicles and the pedestrian spectators. That applies anywhere they go within your jurisdiction, and I think that's a more effective way to do it.
Okay, good. And then you do feel that working with our state assembly in terms of enabling speed camera enforcement would be something that we could work on as well?
I think it's a long-term solution. I will say this, there are many cities in California who are dealing with the same issue. I can't remember the senator's name, but he was from San Jose who proposed the same legislation at least 1 or 2 sessions ago. And so there's already a blueprint for the bill that was written. It died in committee, so I don't know what the holdup was. I can't see it in the record, but I think that other cities, as they grapple with this, I think if you did the League of Cities and that kind of approach, I think enough people could get behind it to give you some more oomph. I don't think you will do it alone. I think you have to work with our cities or impacted. Oakland's impacted, San Jose's impacted, and other folks we talked to, Southern California as well. So I think you have a lot of cities that would want this on their agenda.
Oh, exactly, yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely a regional issue, and then right where Lafayette is, for instance, I mean, you're right on the border of San Jose and Santa Clara, so, I mean, they'll take off from Santa Clara right into San Jose, and then they're gone, and Santa Clara can't do anything about it. Let me see, regarding the drawing attention to the dangers by using social media, I was thinking of every 15 minutes. We have a program every 15 minutes, and it focuses on, students drinking and getting into a car accident, and it's very powerful. And I'm just thinking, I don't know if anything like that has been done done, but I just thought as a way to just, get the message across to kids, since you mentioned that, these, majority of these are 18 to 25 years old, so just thinking outside the box. Let me see, what else? Regarding the trend technology solutions, and you mentioned here about the ALPR, the license plate reader systems, and with measuring, speed measuring on Lafayette and speed-activated warning signs. I see it's one of the recommendations, but it's, I know it's cost, there's a cost involved. Are there grants out there through different transportation organizations that the city could apply for to help with the cost of something like that?
I did not see any specific to illegal street racing. If you tied it into Vision Zero, other types of safety, there may be some potentials there, but there's none specific to illegal street racing that I've seen.
Okay, and I think those are all my questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. If I notice, we do have the frequency and the day of the week it's happening, and most probably my questions are more directed towards the chief than you. And Lafayette being not busy street on those particular days or time of the day, like let's say Sunday evening, Friday evening, and Saturdays. And if the street closure helped this thing, one street closure, is it a practical way, like we know the timings when it's happening and we know the days, can it be try those, let's close the street on those days for next 1 month? And it's not a heavily, it won't impact the traffic as such, because if they're street racing over there, so the traffic's not too heavy. Is that practical way of short-term solution till the time we have a development over there?
I think we will go through some of the recommended solutions right after you're done with his questions. We did talk about that and consider that there are costs involved in shutting the street down, and then we're not shutting the street down for any particular construction or not, so the liability if cars, while they're merging out of lanes, crash into each other for a kind of an artificial street closure, we had some concerns about that, but we did consider it.
Oh, okay. And I also referred to one of the residents' detailed letter, like where they mention all the license plates, what time is happening. So when we have all that information, what are we doing, like when we have all those details with us? So that's my other, maybe you can touch base later on when you come for that. That's okay. But I want to address that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so my questions are, I'm not sure I would close, there's businesses on these streets, there's people that live off these streets. We can't just randomly close streets for certain hours, but I know that we have a problem, it's obvious. We have pinpointed sort of the timing of it. I think, is this a proposed draft ordinance in here that might give us some more teeth to do some enforcement? I think the key at this point, until we get some of these other issues taken care of, some of the long-term solutions, are the enforcement of what's happening now. And I know we received an email from a gentleman, Matt Kukik. I don't know if he's here in the audience. Kukik. Oh, you were here in the audience. Okay. So in this particular situation, there were evidence of videos and pictures and license plate numbers of everything else of people that are doing this type of activity in this particular, there's many instances here. So this draft, who's going to go over the draft ordinance? Because my questions are, how can we put some teeth into this so that we can have the enforcement tools we need right now before we wait for the state or the government to do something? What can this government here in Santa Clara do to, when we catch them or get their license plate numbers or videos, what can we do to find them or do whatever we need to do so to really discourage that, hey, Santa Clara is really cracking down, and move out of our town. How can we do that?
Well, that was one of our recommendations, is assign those cases. If you got someone who actually has video of a vehicle that's, obviously conducting some kind of speed contest, and there's, some kind of identifiers on there that has the plate, that's a case I would assign out. At the minimum, even if you can't get a conviction, because you not only prove the vehicle, you got to prove the driver. I mean, that's in a hit and run or any other case. You can't just the vehicle. But starting an investigation and showing up at someone's house, that will also spread on social media, that they're being investigated. People talk. These groups are on Instagram and everything else, and they'll send out that message to someone else saying, hey, the police were just at my house regarding that race we're at. So the seriousness of, signing these cases out when you have actionable evidence, an identified vehicle, I think that will send a clear message. And even if they live over in San Jose or, in Mountain View, the fact that someone shows up their house to investigate something after the fact, that may have some deterrent impact. I think folks and like what we're finding is some of these people don't even own their own cars that they're racing. So if you go to their house and it's mom and dad's car, they might have a conversation with you about that and may change your activity.
Right.
But again, this is predominantly 1825, but there's Arizona State University Center for Problem-Oriented Policing says the oldest folks they talked to are in their 40s, but generally they thought it was more the folks they interviewed were 18 to 25.
Right, and I think those are the ways we have to, whatever we can do now, because we know where the hot spots are. We know where they are.
Yeah, and the local ordinance that we're recommending gives the law enforcement a little more teeth to deal with the spectators, because that's the other part of this. The ones, not just the speed contest, but when they're doing the cookies in the street, there's usually a crowd around that.
Right.
And those are some of those folks just standing on the sidewalk, participating, taking videos, uploading them, doing other things. That's something you could actually make, give the law enforcement the tool to go after them.
I want to put that in our ordinance too, and that is so dangerous for the people on the side as they're watching these spins and whatever they're doing, crazy. So, okay, I see there's a bunch of recommendations. Are we going to go over that now and before we hear from the public? So, thank you very much for the report.
I'll be here.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Assistant Chief Winter.
Yes, thank you. I would like to note before we go through the recommendations that we have put a renewed focus on this ever since council member brought this issue forward, and it's been a lengthy process to get to here, but we haven't just waited. We've had a renewed focus.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. She said that you've been working very closely with her, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, it is. We put it in our daily watch commander reports. All the supervisors in patrol know that this is an issue, and we do focus on it. And the teams have gone through, seen some of the videos that we've obtained from some of the business owners. I've gone to the north end and met with the business owner up there that has a very sophisticated camera system and seen some of the videos.
Oh, he happens to be here in the audience,
Oh,
so
there
very
he is,
good.
right there. Yeah.
Hope you're bringing your
Very
camera.
sophisticated, yeah.
Okay.
So,
Patrick. All right.
yes. All right, so let's talk about some of the recommendations. Enact an ordinance on illegal street racing, and we do support this, that the consultant has brought it forward. It will allow us to go after the spectators at these sideshows and races, and sometimes the cars will speed away, and it is a crime that we're not allowed to pursue for, because it's not a felony crime where we are allowed to go into pursuit of these vehicles. So if they run from us, they run from us, but the spectators are standing on the street, and they're the reason that they're having these sideshows. So we do support enacting the ordinance, and we will come back to council with, if you agree with this recommendation, we'll come back to council with a proposed ordinance to get it on the books so we have another tool to use. Strategy number 2, which was to develop, which was to go to the assembly and to get those speed cameras. We support this as well. We will work with our new lobbyist, Townsend, to make sure that that gets lobbied up at the state. We will also monitor it from the police department side. We have the Cal Chiefs organization. We have the California Police Officers Association. So we have our own lobbyists from the law enforcement side that we will work with as well to have this go forward. Use overtime to address illegal street racing on weekend afternoons, evenings, when we have the pre-event intelligence. We support it with some modifications. We have a lot of, there are a lot of asks for overtime out there. Sometimes there's difficult to fill even some of the overtime positions that we have. So we will put additional resources together. Just placing patrol vehicles up there on Lafayette, instead of closing the street, we can put a patrol vehicle up there. That may deter it. They'll just see a black and white car in the area and decide not to race up there. They will, as do when we've used it in other locations, they will figure out that there's nobody with the car, and they might just race anyways because they'll eventually figure out that that's what we're doing. We have police reserves that work at nights. They patrol mainly our parks, but we will direct them on Friday and Saturday nights to be up there in the areas where this is more frequently occurring and have them just spend time up there. And then another option is for us to contract with CHP. CHP does a lot of this enforcement. I know they help out the city of Oakland a lot. We can bring CHP in to assist us as well if needed, if some of these other are not effective. But we would try those first two, and we will go to that lot. We are aware of the lot at Lawrence and El Camino. We know that that's where the racers meet. We know that we have tools to look at social media to see what's going on up there. Recommendation 4, this has already been implemented. We are sending these cases to our traffic investigator. With this renewed focus on street racing, those will get assigned to our full-time traffic investigator. That's Investigator Cusimano right now, and he will be investigating these cases. They will be assigned directly to him. They already are. He knows that it's a priority and that he will look into those as well. Number 5, train officers in the California Highway Patrol class on legal street racing enforcement. I am happy to say we're implementing this already. I am sending 4 officers to beautiful Spreckles, California, which I didn't know was a city until I saw this classifier. It's down by Salinas. I got Spreckles.
Oh, it's close.
So I already have 4 officers scheduled to attend this class on March 19th. It's a full-day course on street racing enforcement. We'll have a minimum of 4 officers there, including our full-time traffic investigator. We'll be there on March 19th, and then we will continue going forward, look for this class to be offered again, and hopefully maybe a little bit closer here, and we will continue to send officers to that. Draw attention to the dangers using social media. We are in favor of that as well. In fact, there is a kickoff meeting that we're having tomorrow just to discuss how we're going to use this campaign. We're going to use the new consultants that the city has hired, and so they can assist us with this communication effort. But we will implement this right away as well. The street signs, the areas where it's occurring. We're going to defer that for now. Is our recommendation to you is that we defer that, look at some of the other options that we are going to implement and see what that does first before we implement a sign project up on the north end of town. Recommendation 8 and 9, we're also going to ask that we defer those 2 recommendations, and that's the ALPR system, the automatic license plate reader system, and the 2 speed activated warning signs. There are some costs, obviously some significant costs involved with that. And we'd like to try some of the other lower cost options before we make an investment in that. So in summary, we support recommendations 1 through 6 from the consultant, defer 7, and then 8 and 9, we propose that those do not be implemented at this time. And that's our initial recommendation. And the alternative is for you to advise us to bring back that ordinance, do those specific recommendations, and then obviously any other action. I went too many clicks.
All right. Okay.
One too many clicks.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks.
you, Assistant Chief Winter. Councilmember Watanabe, before I go to the public, do you have questions of Assistant Chief Winter?
Just once again to express my thanks, and it was worth the wait. Don't want you to think that I don't appreciate it, and I'm just ready to make a motion whenever
All right.
after
Let's
we
hear from the public first. Thank you. All right. Do we have any cards from the public? None? All right. If you'd like to speak, please come forward. Good evening.
So I'm Matt Cusick, the one
you are.
it looks like you
Okay.
got the email, which is great.
We got it, yes.
So I think there's 2 different kinds of illegal racing. There's the racing side of it, and then there's donuts. And the Halford, which is very red on that map, is Halford in Lowell. It's 100 feet from my bedroom. Okay, every 2 weeks, there's a car in the intersection doing donuts. And I've been trying to work with police. They tell me they can't do anything with video evidence because they need pictures of people in the car. So I have better cameras and I have pictures of people in the car, and it's still not getting resolved. Those people actually live in the neighborhood. So these people are in the neighborhood. I can tell you exactly where they live. I know where their trucks are parked. I know where the cars are parked. I have license plates. I have pictures of the people in the car with the cameras that I have mounted on there, and we can't do anything about it because of the laws that you can't do anything on video evidence. I've talked to the traffic sergeant. I have an officer who works with me pretty well. He's been helping with enforcement in the intersection, but it's crazy. It wakes us up. It's 11 o'clock at night. It's during the daytime in broad daylight. There's kids biking around the corner when they do these donuts. And if you went and watched the videos, you can hear how crazy this is. I mean, it's a nightmare. It's been going on for 2 years. It's the same cars over and over and over again. And there's some new cars that show up, but they're all tied to the same people in that area. Okay. So, and then obviously over at Starbucks, they do meet and they go and they race in other areas. So there's two kinds of things. So I think some of the solutions are trying to bring it back to the car itself and not just the owner, right? Because if you have to go find the owner, it's a little harder. If you can tie it to the car, at least you have the plates of the car that are doing it. You have the video that shows them doing donuts. I mean, the whole intersection smokes. It's all on fire from what's going on over there. So I'm sure you're going to approve the motions that you have today. So, you know, thanks for looking into this. Thanks for getting that started. And really thanks to the SCPD for increased enforcement in the area. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'll ask Assistant Chief Winter a question. Oh, can you respond to that? Because he seems like he has evidence and people and all in the area, because this particular situation might be a little different than the other, so.
No, absolutely. And when you received this email and all the evidence, was the first time I received it as well. I had a lengthy conversation with Traffic Officer Sittler, who's been working with the citizen. He frequently works that area because of some of the complaints from Mr. Kusick, and he has stopped some of the vehicles. He's made 3 stops. He's also gone into the neighborhood for when he receives some of the license plates to see where these cars are parked, tries to make contact with the owners. Some cases he's been able to issue them parking citations because they're parked illegally when he gets there. But since receiving this, we'll have a renewed focus. I'm going to traffic investigator Cusimano is also going to go out, and we will start as the consultant said, knocking on these people's doors and just saying, hey, we have your license plate, we have some video evidence, you need to knock it off, and give them a warning, because it is a difficult case to prosecute. The district attorney's office on these cases, sometimes they're infractions, borderline misdemeanors, depending on what they're doing, and to get video evidence and prove that they were the driver and get it actually prosecuted all the way through the DA's office is not a significant priority for them, but we can certainly knock on doors. We can certainly make these people uncomfortable. We can certainly give them parking citations or any citations that we have when we have them in the street. So there will be a renewed focus with this assistant. I'm happy to give him my card so he can email me directly, but traffic investigator Cusimano and Officer Sittler are on it, and they will start talking to these people.
Can we also send, and I know this has happened in the past for other abuses, like for home type abuses and around the university, we would send letters directly to the property owner. Can we send also letters directly to the registered owners of those cars?
Absolutely.
And say, you know, hey, you've been seen doing, you know, blah, blah, blah. We have this ordinance now, and, you know, I don't know, just scare letters.
Absolutely.
To the registered owners.
Absolutely, that can be done.
Because they're the ones, their car is being used in the, you know, in these illegal activities.
And especially if it's a
regardless
car
of who's driving it, that car has been used in the illegal activity.
And especially if it's a car where the registered owner is mom and dad, and it's the son that's doing the stuff. So
Well,
at least
and
mom and dad would know
I've
about
had my kids,
the
you know,
incident.
get tickets for things, and I get them in the mail, and there's a picture of the car, and I'm like, oh, I see different colored hair in that car. Okay, that's child, but I'm responsible for it because it was my car.
Right.
So I'd like to have that as, you know, in this situation, I think, well, in all the situations, but whatever we can do.
Absolutely.
To send that out. Okay, thank
Yep.
you. And thank you for your testimony. We'll make sure we follow up on that. Yes.
I was just wondering if we could clarify what a sideshow is. I don't think all of our people maybe watching may understand exactly what that is.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to do that? Our consultant? our expert on sideshows. Yes. Tell us about sideshows.
So a sideshow is any activity that's not really about speed. It's doing donuts. It's spinning your vehicle around. Even tricks of getting in and out of your car as it's automatically spinning around. It's making your car hop and do other things like that. I mean, we even see sideshows conducted on 101, and that's when they'll literally do a rolling blockade, stop all traffic, then they'll do their sideshow, their spin outs and crazy tricks with the vehicle there, which is an exhibit of a trick rather than speed, and then they'll take off again. So sideshow is specifically maneuvering the vehicle in such a manner that you're not really racing in our vehicle, but you're doing tricks in your vehicle that are oftentimes are very dangerous as well.
And people are around it watching the show.
People are around and watching it, they're videoing it, they're Instagramming it. There are people who will run out in the middle of it. There's a trick where you'll get two cars, they'll kind of do a spin around, and folks actually think it's great to run in the middle of those two cars. So there's a bunch of videos you can see online, but that's what sideshow
really
is.
smart people doing these really smart things,
I mean,
right?
as
And
we
it's
know,
super
modern
dangerous.
science tells us that the brain doesn't fully develop till about age 25. The last portion of the brain to develop is the frontal cortex, which is where reasoning is processed. So that's why we have this lower age group that generally does that.
And then obviously illegal street racing is pretty self-evident.
Two
It's
cars
just
in a competitive manner, trying to go as fast as they possibly can.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up, that not everyone knows what a sideshow is. Thank you. All right. Anyone else, please come forward.
Hey, you're going to go back to work now, aren't you?
No,
Mr.
but
Chip.
thank you, Bob O'Keefe. I finally can stand in front of council and speak something that I know a little bit about. I'm recently retired from the California Highway Patrol after 30 years. Officer, sergeant, lieutenant. In the last 6 years, I was commanding patrol operations, overseeing all patrol operations in San Francisco, San Mateo County. I'm very familiar with our department's street racing program. It is one of the best in the state. I have been to Spreckles, California, and I went through the 4-day school there. It's very good. The department is and was, up till 4 years ago, very active in assisting municipalities and cities. There were some formal contracts which we got into with Oakland because it was such an ongoing situation over and over again. But when I was in San Francisco and Redwood City, we would have contracts, but they were just informal, a couple times a year. The money was no charge to the cities or the county at the time. We would find money through grants through the Office of Traffic Safety. I know the commander very well here in the San Jose office, which covers Santa Clara. I'm sure he would be happy to get together with the chief and come up with some sort of plan on how to do that. I know the programs are still active and it's very good. And Sideshow was actually named out of Oakland. It was actually called Sidewalk Show in the day because all the little tricks were going on in the intersection and the viewers would stand on the sidewalk to watch a show, so it's called Sideshow. But the department, very good at what they do. There's many ways that they enforce it. The main thing that we found was successful is go after the vehicles. Most of these, if there's an infraction or a violation, you can go 1-2 days later, get the vehicle, 30-day impounds on most of these things. That's a few $1,000s. You will not see these people doing it again. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information and the history on the sidewalk show.
Wow.
All right, anyone else? Please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ron Patrick. I own the property in the corner of Lafayette and Calda something, and I remember it. I've been there for a while, and I've seen a lot. We often have 2 shifts operating there, and I've gone out and spoken with these street racers, and they come in peace, but we can do something with them. There's 3 things. You can either spook them, stop them, or ignore them. And to spook them, you do something like leave cars out there, police cars out there, or those things that flash your speed or say slow down. They scare the heck out of me. Sometimes you put an officer in the car, sometimes you don't. Kick it around. The second thing is to stop them. You don't have to stop all of them. They're kind of like crows. If you just dispatch one of them, then the message will get around. The third thing, ignore them. The area is changing. I don't know if that's going to make it worse. It's a nice street, okay? We've all sped along there a bit. You can do something like they did in Le Mans. On the straightaway, they put a curve in the middle of it, and that slowed it down. I am philosophically, and others are kind of against of outsourcing our policing to a computerized machine and a private company. So these speed cameras, although in theory, of course, we have cameras everywhere, it can work. In practice, they kind of get annoying. As far as sending police officers to courses, you know, they know what speeding is. I don't know what it costs. Maybe it enhances the strip club there. I don't know, but sending off to courses, it's pretty obvious what has to be done. As far as getting California Highway Patrol involved, if there's overtime, I'd like to give it to our officers there. And so I think the first thing, put a couple cop cars there with that flashing light, have them there a bit more often. And also I always have cameras there with license plate readers if you want to tap into them.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much for your testimony. Anyone else? Okay. All right, council. First of all, thank you so much, Councilmember Watanabe, for bringing this to our attention, for causing us to take action on this, and for cracking down on this before it gets even further out of control. So, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank the city manager. I guess she left. I know she's not feeling well, but I'm just grateful to her for listening to me and bringing it forward and, you know, reaching out to the consultant to start doing the legwork on what can we do to improve this. And also, I've met with Dr. Patrick several times at his business, and I've seen the videos, and they're very scary. Let me tell you what goes on in Lafayette and Calle del Mundo. And there was even one where they were doing the donuts and sideshows, and the next thing is the police show up and they scatter like cockroaches. It's amazing what happens when the police show up. So I really appreciate, and thank you, Matt Kuzik, for bringing, you know, your story forward in the video, and so I'm glad that we'll be following up with that as well. So I would like to go for staff recommendation, and that is to direct the city manager to prepare a new ordinance amending Santa Clara City Code Section 10 of vehicles and traffic in consideration of the consultant's study findings, and to implement recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as presented in this report.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember O'Neill, do you have any questions or comments on this? Is that her snoring? Wait a minute. Sorry. Okay, no questions or comments. Please register your vote.
Oh.
Councilmember O'Neill? Good night. Okay. All right.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, she's working hard for the city. Okay, and that passes unanimously of those of us on the dais. Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, next, reports of members and special committees.
I have a bunch.
You have let's have some short reports. Thank you. Okay, here we go.
Really? Short report? Okay, I'm starting a short report. Here, this was added to this. I attended the TPAC meeting on February 13th, and there was an agenda item D, and it was to purchase pond A18. An offer was received from the Valley Water to support the shoreline levee project. And San Jose City Council and TPAC put a criteria direction together in 2015. This item was continued with negotiations to continue, but it has to be presented to the Santa Clara City Council in a closed and open session. Reason for pause was by San Jose City Manager Dave Sykes. The offer for the purchase was not fair market value. So TPAC and the Valley Water numbers are way too far apart for the deal. but we did approve Pond 18 surplus as surplus land, according to California Government Code. So that will be coming back to, Deanna knows about it. She sent a letter with her, basically saying that we own part of the water treatment plant, and we did not discuss it as a council yet. So that's on hold. So that will be coming, Deanna sent a letter stating that we needed the time to do a closed session and open session for approval. So I don't know, Brian, you haven't heard about it yet, okay.
No, I did receive several calls from San Jose. And the reason, just for the public, so the public understands, the City of Santa Clara and the City of San Jose own the plant lands jointly. It's
Right.
like they're co-tenant owners of the land. And so any sale of the land would have to be approved by both city councils. And under the Brown Act, real estate negotiations can be conducted in closed session. Since we're both owners,
Right.
the plan would be to have a joint closed session with the San Jose City Council on the issues surrounding the sale of that land.
So that was one item. And then later that day, at 6 o'clock, I attended the Cities Association meeting, and we discussed the LAC committee, which is Legislative Action Committee, because we all deal in acronyms. We discussed SB 50, SB 278, which is called FASTER. And that went to continuance because we needed to discuss it at a future meeting to allow Carl Galdino to come and speak to the bill, because I guess this is his bill. SB 378, San Jose is sponsoring a bill to compensate customers, businesses, and local governments from the costs incurred during the planned outlets. And it doesn't really affect us because we SVP, but PG&E is causing some impacts to a lot of the people in San Jose. AB 291, SJ is sponsoring this as a new state funding to support staff and planning to help local governments become better prepared for disasters. And I think that I'll be talking about that in EOC this week. That's another thing that's coming out. And then, this is the biggie. Valley Water was looking to put Anderson Dam seismic retrofit bill together. We were waiting for a number and a sponsor. With that being said, we had a breaking news story at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and Councilmember Watanabe is texting me this information that the federal government ordered Anderson Dam drained due to earthquake risk starting this October. Valley Water had not informed our city manager, nor the water director, Mr. Welling. And so the impacts, the city manager is now looking into the impacts it will have on the city when they go to drain this. And they weren't really sure, but nobody knew about it. And Gary was already at a meeting, and they didn't even tell him that this was actually gonna happen. So those were kind of things that were not cool. The other thing we discussed was the REX system. It's the Regional Express Transit. We discussed it as a concept, but not to endorse it at this particular time. And I know that the council doesn't really know what that is. I had given you the route that they had, the regional map, that they were working on the REX system about a month or 2 months ago. I have new copies of it that we can give to the council. The RENA, so that's our Regional Housing Needs Allocation, was in discussion and an update provided from an ABAG Association of Bay Area Governments. Held a meeting February 7th. A PowerPoint showed the RENA process for 2020 to 2022, discussing emphasis on transit corridors, defining what job rich meant, resources for the funding, social equality, and then higher expected total regional housing needs, and the oversight and methodology for the allocations. So with that, they came up with more factors to consider: overpayment, overcrowding, greenhouse gas targets, job house fit. So anyway, I can get the copies for everybody for that. And now for the good news. It's kind of good news. Attended the Triton board meeting on the 20th. Jill Myers announced that she will be leaving effective February 28th to work with her husband and his growing business. Preston Metcalf will take over as executive director. He's transitioning now to begin March 1st. A celebration as well as a welcome for Preston is scheduled as a special order business here on March 17th. And then, back by popular demand, on March 21st, tequila tasting from 6 to 9 p.m. And then you can look at the Triton website for all the details, but it is back by popular demand. Mayor?
All right, I don't see any other lights from anyone else, so if we could move on to the city manager executive director report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
The city manager only had one item, and as the city manager advised the council, our city librarian, Hillary Keith, announced her retirement effective July 24th, 2020. And tomorrow you'll be seeing a community letter that will be coming out, a message informing the community of her retirement. We'll have a community survey to solicit input from the community, and the city manager will also be holding employee coffee talks to get input from the employees. So she just wanted to make sure to make that announcement.
Okay, very good. And which leads us to our adjournment. And there are three individuals that were asked to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of. The first is Thomas Joseph Adams, a long-term Santa Clara resident. Thomas Joseph Adams, Tom, was born on January 19th, 1940 in the Bronx, New York, and was raised in Yonkers, New York. He joined the United States Air Force in 1957 and proudly served for Presidents Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, and Carter. He was also the airborne command post for Senator McCain. He carried the football for these presidents. Tom loved his table of knowledge at Starbucks on Santa Mas and El Camino, where he would gather with friends every morning to discuss world events, sports, and life. Tom also loved to play golf and travel with his wife, Kathy. He was an avid Yankees fan who was married to an equally avid Red Sox fan, which made for a lively atmosphere whenever the two teams faced off. Tom passed away on January 17th, 2020. He is survived by his loving wife, Kathy McDonald Adams, son Warren Adams, grandsons Brennan and Cameron Adams, daughter Michelle Adams, stepchildren William Starling, Chuck Maggie, Katie Michael, Tom, Carol, Jenny, and 5 great-grandchildren. He's also survived by his loving black Labrador, Shamrock. The second I have is in honor of Everest G. Romano, a long-term resident of Santa Clara, and many know the Romano family and the Romano brothers. Everest Romano was born on September 24th, 1946. He passed away on February 18th, 2020, peacefully at home in Santa Clara, surrounded by his loving family. Everest was predeceased by his parents, Rose and Carlo, and brother Butch. He is survived by his wife, Susan, his children, Nanette, her husband, Joe, Janine, Jason, and his wife, Kim, along with his grandchildren, Sabrina, Alexandria, Miranda, Susie, Jared, Lily, Lucas, Lewa, and great-grandson, Emrys. He will be dearly missed by his family and his many friends. And lastly, I'm going to ask Councilmember Watanabe to adjourn in this very tragic loss of this young gentleman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is the young man that was recently killed in the intersection of Agnew and Lafayette while crossing the street. Isaiah Juan Chagoya Pacheco, he was a resident of Santa Clara since 2005 and a student at Santa Clara High School. Isaiah Pacheco was born on November 8th, 2004. Those who were blessed to know Isaiah knew him to be a beautiful, gentle soul who was loved by so many. Isaiah passed away on February 16th, 2020. Those who knew him lost a shining light in their lives that day. Isaiah will be truly missed by all those whose lives he touched. Isaiah lives on through his devoted parents, Reuben and Ursula, his loving brother Daniel and sister Amina, his girlfriend Samari, who he had just celebrated Valentine's Day with, his loving grandparents, and many aunts, uncles, cousins, and friends.
Thank you. If I could ask the council to make a motion in their memories.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. And please register your vote to let the council know we're deferring any other additional closed session items to the next council meeting. City Attorney?
Are you asking me, do you need to vote to do that?
We don't need to vote to
No,
do
no,
that.
no.
Okay. I just wanted to let the council members know. All right, so please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
You fell asleep.